Microsoft Excel is one of the oldest and most popular spreadsheet applications for data analytics and reporting. Hello everyone. Welcome to this full course video on data analytics in Excel. In this video, we will learn everything from basics to advanced in Excel. Our experienced instructor Ajay will help you learn in detail. You will start off by taking a tour to Welcome to Excel, where you will learn the basics. Then, you will understand the various crucial functions available in Excel such as VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, SUMIFS, COUNTIFs, IFERROR and others. You will learn how to sort and filter data in Excel. Then, we'll focus on conditional formatting and data validation. Moving further, you will get an idea how to create pivot tables and pivot charts in Excel. And finally, you will see how to use the data analysis tool pack to perform various data analysis operations such as regression, sampling, descriptive statistics and much more. Over to Ajay now.
Hi everyone, welcome to this tutorial on Microsoft Excel. So we will learn about functions and formulas, we will learn about conditional formatting, data validation, pivot chart and pivot table. Now let's look at a scenario here. So one day in a startup, one professional speaks that their business is growing and they would need an efficient way to work with the data. They would have to find a way to work faster with storing and analyzing data. Now, to that, another colleague responds, well, we can make use of Microsoft Excel to do this job. The question is, will Excel be able to cater to their business needs? Now, the colleague responds, well, we can make use of Excel in several ways, and it also is a cost efficient option. Now, in that case, the colleague who posed the question says, let's go ahead with Excel and let's train our employees in Excel. And the suggestion is welcomed, which would make the job easier for them. And they would basically decide on using Excel. So they decide on taking a training right away and basically starting to learn Excel. Now, before we move to Excel, one of the question is, why should we use Excel? So let's look at some of the points here. So Excel proves to be a great platform to perform various mathematical calculation on large data sets, which is one of the biggest requirements of various organizations these days. Various features in Excel like searching, sorting, filtering makes it easier for you to play with the data. And Excel also allows you to beautify your data and present it in the form of charts, tables, and data bars. Now, when it comes to reporting, accounting, and analysis can be performed with the help of Excel. It can help you with your task lists, your calendars, and goal planning worksheets. Excel also provides good security for your data. Excel files have the feature of password protection. This way, your information can be safe. Now, when we talk about what is Excel and how it can be used, so Excel, or you might have heard as spreadsheet, can be basically used for a lot of different tasks than just storing the information in so-called tabular format. Now, Microsoft Excel is an application that is used for recording, analyzing, and visualizing data. It is in the form of a spreadsheet. Let's have a look at few of the functions and formulas used in Excel. And before we do that, we can also quickly take a small tour to understand how to work with Excel. Now, to do that, what we can do is we can type in our search, say for example Excel, and just select your Excel app which is installed. And here you see you have a lot of options which says take a tour, drop down list, get started with formulas, make your pivot table, going forward with pie charts, and much more. So we can click on this one which says take a tour, and that basically pops up a window which says welcome to Excel. And if you have always wanted to be better at Excel, you have this which can help you. So let's click on create, and that takes us to the store window. Now that says instructions for screen readers, which basically talks about 10 different steps in which we can learn Excel and using the spreadsheet app. So there are more than 11 sheets which we see here at the bottom end, and each one gives us a simple example which we can work on. So for example, if I click on add, now that takes me to this page which says, how do we add numbers? Now you might be provided data which we can upload by loading a file from our machine or getting data from a web source or even connecting to a database. So there are various options which we will see in some time. So here we have an option which is called data. You can click on this one, and this basically has options where you can use existing connections. If you have created some, you can always click on from other sources, and you can get your data from SQL Server, from analysis services, from OData data feed. You can get in from XML, from data connection wizard, or also from Microsoft Query. You can be running in different queries here, which shows up in the option which says new query. There are connections which you can use, and that basically will display all the connections for this particular workbook, which we do not have as of now, but we can create them. But let's look at simple examples. Now you can follow these instructions here, which says basically adding up the numbers, and that could be easily done by just placing your cursor here. And what you could do is either you can type in the formula, that is from which row to which row you would want to add the data. So for example, I could just do a sum here, and that shows up all the different functions which are available. Then we can open up a parenthesis, and we can say I would be interested in totaling the amount from column D, and I would select, for example, D4. So I could be doing this, and then I could say D4 onwards till D7. So that's the data which I'm interested in. You can close your parenthesis and hit enter, and that gives you the total. There is also a shortcut for this, which you can always do, is we can first delete this, and you can just place your cursor here and just use your alt and equals. That automatically selects the numericals, which we can anytime expand or basically collapse. So I will basically select this, which says this function needs two numbers, which is number 1 and number 2, and then you can hit on enter, and that gives you the total. So similarly, we can be getting in the data here by selecting all the fields. So here it also says that you can use a shortcut. Now what we can also do is we can add numbers over 50 by selecting the yellow cell here and then giving a condition such as, so I can basically use something like sum if, and then open a parenthesis. I can select I would be interested in this row, and then I can even drag and drop till here. So that tells me D11 to D15. You can then put in a comma here, and you can give your condition. Say for example, we would say I would be interested in numbers only above 50, and we can select this, close your quotes, and then just close your parenthesis, and that's your formula. So you can do this, and that basically gives me the total is 100. Now similarly, we could do that for the amount here. I could select this. Now there is also an option, I can click on home, and I can go for something like auto sum. So that's one more way of doing it, which anyways says sum is alt plus equals. So it automatically adds up your values, and I can try doing a auto sum that automatically selects my rows, and then I can get my total. Now as per this activity here, it says try adding another sum if formula here, but add amounts that are less than 100, and the result should be 160. So what we can do is we can basically select all the numbers which are lesser than 100. So the way we did earlier here, there can be always a shortcut. So you can always, for example, if you would want to avoid typing in the formula, you can always copy it from here, and then just hit on enter. So you are back into this cell, and then I can basically go here and paste the number. And then as per the requirement, we are required to select anything which is lesser than 100. So what I could do is I could select here, I could say, let's say G, and then I can change this value to G15, and that's one more way. Now we see our selected rows have been changed, so I can hit on enter and I can check what is the result. So we would be interested in looking for numbers which are lesser than 100, so I will have to also change this one to a lesser sign, and that basically gives me the total, which is 160. So that's how you can simply add numbers. You can use auto sum, you can type in the formula, you can select the fields, or you can just place your cursor where you would be looking for a sum, and then you can just do a alt equals, and that basically populates the sum. Now let's look at some easy options of filling your cells or automatically populating the values in your cells within your Excel sheet. Now here we have an option which says 100. Now we can click on this, and that basically says it is making a sum of column C4 to D4. So if I click on this one, I can check that this is row number 4, which shows up here, and I also know this is column C. I also have D, so this equals is basically giving me a sum of C4 to D4. Now what we can do is we can always place our cursor here at the right corner, and then we can just drag and drop, and this basically gives me a total of all the numbers for all different rows. So this is one shortcut which we can do to get the total. Excel will automatically give the totals, which we call as filling down. Now what we can do is, in the same way, if we would want to get the totals here, we can first check what is this 200, and this tells me it is C11 to C14 total. So it is totaling the rows from C11, so column C and 11th row, till 14th row, and that's the sum. Now what I can also do is I can similarly, like above, we can do a filling right, which basically means bringing your cursor here and then just dragging and dropping it all the way where you would need the totals, and this basically gives me the total. There is one more quick way to check if this is right. So the easiest option would be to select this cell. Now what I can also do is I can just select all of these fields by just highlighting and selecting all the fields. Once it is selected, press on Control R, and that gives you the total. Now if we would be doing this top down, then I could select all these rows for this particular column, and then I could do a Control D. So that's your filling down, and this one was filling right. So this is an easier option of doing a fill when you would want to have the formula applied to every row as it occurs in the first row or the last row. We could test this by, for example, selecting these fields. I could delete them, and I have here which says 130. I could just place my cursor here and I could drag it all the way up, and that should also do the same magic which we were seeing from top down. So this is a simple way wherein you can fill up your cells, and you can also automatically propagate or move your computation to all the cells. Let's look at the split option, which basically helps us in splitting the data when we have some kind of pattern or when we have some kind of delimiters in our data in, say, one particular column, and we would want to derive the values out of it. So we can always use the splitting option. Now the easiest option would be, so for example, we have our email column which has the email IDs, and which we can clearly see has a first name dot last name. Now I see that there is a last name Smith filled up here, first name is empty. So what I can also do is I can just type in, say, Nancy here. Now that's the first name. I can again start typing the second name, and as soon as you do that, you would see a faded list of numbers, and that's your clue to hit enter. And once you do that, you would see all the first names have been filled in here. If you would want to maintain the case sensitiveness, you can just go ahead and delete these, and let's type in as it occurs. So let's say Nancy as the first name. Go down to the next cell and just type in Andy, and there is your grade list. So just hit on enter, and that basically fills up your first name. What we can also do is we can just select this particular field, and either we can type in Control E, which basically fills up all the options. Now I can just do a undo by typing in or clicking Control Z, and that's basically gone. What I can also do is I can select a particular field, and then I can go into home option, and under home you have an option here which says fill. So you can select this, and then you can do a flash fill, which is what we are doing here. So click on flash fill, and that automatically fills up the values. So in this way you can work within your spreadsheet, and you can be filling up the values where a delimiter by default is understood, and we can split the data. Now however, sometimes you might have some data which has a different kind of delimiter, and there is again a smarter way of splitting your data. So you can always scroll down here, and that says splitting a column based on delimiters. So we have some values in the data column, and these values in each row are separated by comma. So select this. Your data is already selected. Text to columns, delimited, comma is selected, and now click on next. So it basically says what is the destination. Let's select this one, and I can choose what would you want to have. So that shows me this would be my data preview. Now I can basically select this one. I can say finish and say okay. And now if you see, our data has been placed in the columns appropriately. So this is how you can split your data based on a delimiter and then organize your data in a better way. Now there are some advanced options which we can learn later, but this basically tells about using a formula. So this is something, if say if we have some name in one cell, and if you would want to split it into first name, your helper column, your middle name, last name, so that can also be done using formulas. And this basically tells how would you extract characters from your left cell and how would you place them in your right cell. So you can try this activity, which is a little more of advanced option. The benefit is that you can always use this, wherein if you do some kind of transformation using your formulas, if your original data gets updated, then the split data will also get updated. And that's the benefit of using formulas, where you can place values from one cell into multiple cells based on execution of your details in the formulas. How about using the transpose option? Now, you might have heard of situations where you would want to switch or turn your rows into columns and your columns into rows, and that's where transposing comes into picture. It might be useful when you have your data in your x and y axis, or as I would say in rows and columns, and you would want to switch your rows to become the columns and columns to become your rows. So what we can do is, the simplest way is you can select all your values. So here we basically have 6 columns and I would say 2 rows. Now I can select all of these, and then I can select an empty field. For example, the one which is highlighted here. Well, you can always do a Control Alt V. That's a shortcut. What you can also do is, once you have selected all your fields, you can just copy them. So just do a Control C and then click on an empty cell, and then what you can do is you can do a special paste or paste special. So under your home you have the paste option, and here you can go for paste special, And once you do that, you need to select the transpose option over here and click on OK. And now you will see that the columns and the rows have been transposed. So your row name was item, and that has become the column heading. You had row name as amount, and that has become the column heading, and all your values have been transposed in this particular format. Now there is another way of doing that, and again that's using your formulas. So what you can do is you can transpose with a formula also, and that basically works when you have similar kind of data. So this has 6 columns and basically 2 rows. So you can basically do this. So you can select this, and earlier we were doing a copy, but now what we would want to do is we would want to just look at the row numbers, which tells me it is C33, C34, and it starts with C and ends in with your H column. So what we can do is we know that we have 6 columns and 2 rows. So transposing that would actually give me 2 columns and 6 rows. So what we can do is we can select 2 columns and 6 rows in our Excel sheet. I can then basically start typing in the message, or I can just go to the address bar, and here I can say transpose. Let's go for C33, H34. It basically selects my data, and now I can just do a Control Shift and enter, and now if you see, all the values have been populated. Now you can just place your cursor in one of the cells, but if you see the address bar, the formula remains the same. This is because this is an array formula. So we can read more about an array formula here. It's basically something which performs calculations on more than one cell in an array. And in the example here, the array is the original data, that is C33 to H34. So your transpose is just changing the horizontal orientation to the vertical orientation. So this is a very simple way in which you can basically use the Excel's capability to transpose your data and convert your rows into columns and columns into rows. Apart from working on additions, subtractions, filling up your data, sorting the data, or basically splitting your data, transposing your data, one of the other requirements is sorting and filtering your data. Now that can be very handy when you're working on huge data and you would want to sort it in a particular order, say ascending or descending, or might be based on a particular field, or if that field was, or if the cell was highlighted with a particular color, sorting the data. So let's look at how Excel can be used for sorting and filtering. Examples are pretty simple here. So let's check that. So if we go into sort and filter and say this is the data I have, say for example, I would want to sort the values in the department column alphabetically. So what I can do is I can select department column, and I'm already in the home tab. I can straight away go here which says sort and filter. I can then say sort A to Z, and that's basically alphabetically sorting your department column. And once I do this, you would see the data has been sorted, but it's not just this data. We can just do a Control Z and check what are the values we have. So here we have meat, which is beef, and 90,000, 110,000, the values. Then you have bakery, which should ideally be the first row if we sort it in an alphabetical order, which goes with bakery as desserts. You have the values, so we can check this again. So select department and then just do a sort and filter, and let's say sort A to Z. And if you see, the data has changed, but it's not just in changing your first column, but then it has taken care of all the data. However, the data has been sorted based on the department column. So you have bakery, which aligns with desserts, which has the values, and now we have all the data which has been filtered. Now what we can also do is we can sort December's amounts from largest to smallest. So what we can do is we can basically click any cell in the December column, let's say 20,000, and then what I can do is I can go into sort filter, and then I can say sort largest to smallest. So if you see bakery breads is the row which has the smallest data, or might be you have deli sandwiches, so that one looks also smaller. So let's do a larger to smallest, and if I do this, you would see the values have been shifted now. So it is no more based on the department column, because now the data is being sorted based on the values in the December column. And you see bakery, which was alphabetically the first one, has become second last. So either you can sort the data based on a department column, which goes based on the values. These are all string values or words. So it sorts alphabetically. If you have numbers, might be you can give some values and you can sort the data. You could anytime do a custom sort, and you could basically select if you would want to select the data. So I could do a custom sort, and then I could choose which is the column which we would want to use for sorting, what is the sorting needs to be done, is it cell values, is it cell color, font color, conditional formatting, and then you can also choose the order. So that's one more way to do that. Now, if you scroll down, that also shows how you can sort by date or a color. So for example, if you would want to sort based on the expense date, so there are different options. So what I can do is I can select this date field. I can just do a right click. I can go into sort, and then I can choose. I would want to sort oldest to newest. So since I selected the date field, it basically has sorted all the data, and it has taken the expense date into consideration. Now there are these filters which you see on the row headings. We could have also used those. So I could have selected this, and that basically says or mentions which are the dates I would be interested in looking at. I also have sort by color here. I can do a sort oldest to newest or newest to oldest. So I could also use these filters which have been applied here. Now we have the data which is in color. So if I would want to basically select the color columns or color cells, I could select this. I can basically do a right click here, and when I go into sort, I could choose put selected color or cell color on the top, and that basically will make sure that my data is sorted, and it has also sorted that in a descending order. So in this way you can sort or basically filter your data. What we can also do is we can add filters. So sometimes we can go for formulas which we would want to use. What we can also do is we can basically select the filter which has been applied here. Now how does the filter come in there? So if I would select a particular row, I could select a particular row, and then I could decide if I would want to just add a filter to this one. And that's how the filter has come in. So we have the filter. What we can do is we can basically click on this drop down, and then you have something like number filters. So we can always go here. We can basically choose one of these. So we can basically choose above average. So I could select this, and then basically it shows me the values. We could also delete the filter by clicking on this one, and we could say, well, I'm not interested in this filter anymore. So I could clear the filter, and that shows me all the values. Or I could say that let's click on some other field, for example food. I can go in here, I can go into number filters, and then I could say, well, I'm interested in values which are below average, above average, might be greater than, and then I can choose what is the value. So for example, if we say I'm interested in food which is greater than $25, I could give a value here. I could say okay, and now I have applied the filter. Similarly, you can select this, and then you can just clear your filter, and your data is back. So remember, no data is lost. It is just hidden, or basically based on the filter not shown. So that's good enough for us. And in this way, you can sort and filter the data. So for more details, obviously in all these sheets, you have the links which point to more information on the web, and you can always refer to these. So this is simple way in which you can sort and filter any amount of data which has been stored within your Excel within a particular sheet. Now that we have learned about add, fill, split, transpose, sorting, and filtering, it will also be good to learn how to work with tables, or basically converting your data into a tabular format and then doing some easy computations. So click on this tables option here. Now here we see there is some data which is in 5 columns and n number of rows. So I can basically select this data, and then what I can do is I can insert, choose the table option, and then it says my table has headers, and we'll be okay with that. I'll say okay, and now if you see, this is the table created. It basically has different filters which we have learned earlier how to use, and this is basically my table, which is a collection of cells which has some special features. So we can easily add rows to this table, we can add columns to this table, and we can even do some calculations. So for example, here I can click on this one. I can basically enter some field, and then I can hit on enter, and we see that this row has been inserted, wherein we can easily fill in values. For example, I would say chocolates. I could give some value here, so 25,000, might be 35,000, and then basically I can give in some values here. Now what you can also do is you can continue adding rows in this way, and say for example you would want more columns, so you can select this option here in the top bottom right corner. You can just drag it towards the right, and that basically has automatically created columns for my next months, wherein I can feed in the data. So this is a simpler way wherein you can keep adding more rows and columns to your data if that has been converted in a tabular format. Now let me just do a Control Z, that basically deletes the columns. Again, Control Z deletes the last row which we added, and I can stop here, or I can even remove my values by doing multiple Control Z and removing my rows. So this is how I converted my data into a table, and then I can easily work on this. What I can also do is I can do some calculations. So what we can do, we have a table here, we have a total field, and what we can do is we can just select one cell here. Now as we have learned earlier, we can do a alt and then equals, and that basically says what is this doing. So it says it is calculating the sum of the last 3 months, and if that's what you would want to do, just hit on enter, and it has automatically calculated the totals for all your rows for these 3 columns. So the sum formula is getting filled up. Now I can select any particular cell and I can look in my address bar. So it has already given me the formula where it has started calculating the sum from the October column till the December column, and has given me the calculated values of the columns. What we can also do is we can get total rows in the table. Now that's a simpler option. So what we can do is we can select any cell in this particular table, and then we see that there is a table tools design option showing up here. Now I can select this, and then it says, well, let's get a total row. So let's select this, and it automatically populates the total here. And if you would want the average, then we could select this, and from the drop down I can select what I'm interested in. So for example, I would want the average values and not the total. I could just select this, and that gives me the average of these values. So we can always do simpler computations here by converting our data into table format. Let's learn about one more efficient way of working with the data, and that's using your drop downs. So let's see how drop downs work here. Now, say for example, you have this data which has the values in the food column and department is empty. And say for example, you would want to enter the values in department. However, you would want to select the department should either have produce or meat and bakery. And these are the only three options which should be available for any user to fill in the values. How do we do that? So we can basically create a table by pressing Ctrl D. So what I can do is under my department here, I can select one of the cells and then I can do a Ctrl T that basically converts this into a table. I can say OK and my table is created. Now what I can do is once this part is done, we can select all the blank fields here where we would want this drop down to be applicable. Now under your data tab, you can go in and select data validation, and this has an option called data validation. Click on this, which basically says allow any value. So here I will select I would want to give a list of values, and then I can type in my values here, which I can say produce, say for example meat, and then say bakery. Now these are the values, so we can click on OK. And once we have done that, we basically have a drop down here next to apples, which will only show us the values which we can feed in under the department column. So I can go into every cell and then I can basically choose what is the department which handles this, and then basically I can select one of these from the drop down. So this is an easier option of creating your drop down and then feeding in the values from the set of values which you have defined here on the right. So this is a simple example of using your drop downs, working with your tables, working with your sort and filter, transpose, split, filling up your data, adding in some data here. And similarly, you can use Excel for more than one use case using its inbuilt features to easily work with your data. Let's see how we can import data or bring in data into our Excel from your local machine or from an external web source. So what we can do is we can open up a blank Excel sheet and say, for example, you have been provided a text file or a CSV file and you would want to import that data into your Excel sheet. That can be easily done. So right now I've opened an Excel sheet. Now I can click on data, and here I have an option which says existing connections from other data sources. So, or you can click on connections if you have already created some. So we can click on from other sources. So this is one option where you can connect to your different data sources and you can get the data from one of these. What we can also do is I can click on connections. Now it says there is none. I can click on add. It says, well, show the connections where connection files on network, connection files on this computer. So I can say, let's get some files from this computer. Now, if that does not show up something, so say browse for more, and that basically shows you different options. So let's basically select a folder where I have some data sets. I'll click in here, and this is basically a folder where I have some data sets. Now let me select this particular file, and I know it is a CSV file. So let's click on open. Now if you would want to verify this, you could have gone and looked into the properties of the file, and it says it is a .csv file, which is what we are interested in. So I'll take this file, I'll say open. Now this basically shows me the text import wizard option, which says is the file delimited. I'll say yes, click on next. So I will select comma as my delimiter. I can say text qualifier is none. Now this is my data. So my data preview is already showing me the data is what is the data in the CSV file. You can click on next, and then you have an option which says data format is general. You can go for date format, you can go for advanced options. So I'll just say finish, and basically now this has been created here. So we basically have this, and now I can click on close. Now once you have done that, you can click on existing connections. It shows me the data which we have here, the connection which we have created, say open, and then it says, do you want to import this data or bring this data into existing worksheet? You can also say add this to a data model if you're doing some data modeling. So click on OK. And now this data is automatically inserted in my Excel file. I can basically save it into this particular sheet. Now what we can also do is we can also start a new sheet, and that does not have a data, and we can get some other data from web. So what I can do is I can go into my GitHub, and let's say I would be interested in this CSV file. So I can select this, and this is my GitHub path, a path on web. So I can click on raw, and that basically gives me the raw path where this particular file is. Now you can select this, copy this particular path, and here you can come back to your Excel sheet. We would be interested in getting the data from web, might be from a text file where we will have to specify the delimiters, or let's go to web, and here I can give in the web path from where I would be interested in getting the file. Let's give the GitHub path which is publicly available, and then click on import. Now once you click on import, it tells me there are two fields, data and value. These are within double quotes separated by comma. So first let's click on import. Now once we do this, it will basically get the data from web and put in here. It says existing worksheet, so we had already created a new worksheet. So let's click on OK, and now you have the data coming in, but then this basically shows me in one particular field. So what we can also do is we can just do a Control A, that selects all my columns here, and that's my data. So we can then basically filter this out. So we can say text to columns. It's a delimited file. Click on next. We can select comma and let the text qualifier be quotes. It shows me data preview. Click on next. So you have the general format. It shows the destination, that's the column. Click on finish, and now your data has been split, and you have the data which you have imported from web. So this is the data which is coming in from web. This is the data which came in from my local machine. And similarly, we can even create connection with an existing database. So I can basically click on connections if I would want to do that. So I have an option called connection here, and it says where the selected connections are used. I can basically click on add. I can basically choose if I would want to get the files from network or from computer like we did earlier. I can click on browse for more, which should show me different other options to create connections. Say you would want to create a new SQL server connection. You can connect to a new data source coming in from different place. You could basically choose what kind of connection would you want. So these are all the different options which we can go for, and we can basically connect to a database. For example, if I have some database and say for example access database, I can see if there are some files with that particular database, and I can import it. So similarly, we can also click in here which says new query, and that also gives you an option of getting the data from your files, from all these folders, from databases. So you can basically click here, and then you can import data from a MySQL database, provided that is set up on your local machine or on a particular server. You can go from cloud, you can get it from online services, you can get it from other sources which says from web, from your Hadoop file system, from Active Directory, from a blank query, and you can even combine queries wherein you can run a Power Query editor. You can get the data from different sources, and then you can bring it into your Excel. So in this way, you can get your data from different sources into your Excel, into your spreadsheet, and then you can continue working on those data sets. We have already learned some basic operations which you can do in Excel, and let's implement our knowledge by working on this particular data which is coming in from housing data set. Now here, if we see some fields, we have agent, date listed, area, list price, and this is basically the data which has been sorted in newest to oldest order of date listed. So how do we arrive at this? So what I can do is I can just click on data listed, and then I can either go in here, I can select sort, I can get into custom sort, and then I can choose the column based on which I would want to sort the data. So I would look for the newest data to the oldest data. That means that would be in a descending order of dates, or you could say the oldest date or the earliest month will be towards the lower side of your sheet. So here we can select date listed. Now I can say let it sort based on cell values and the order what we have here. So we have newest to oldest. So let's select this. I can say OK. And now if you see, the date has been sorted. So we have your 10/18/2007 on the top. So that seems to be the latest date. And as we go down, we will see an earlier month or an earlier month than that in this date listed. So we have sorted our data into newest to oldest order, and that's based on your date column. So the result shows up here. Now what we can also do is we can have different questions which we would want to answer. So for example, I would want to sort the data in ascending order of area and descending order of agent name. How do we do that? So let's look into this. So this is here. I already have the result here. And how did I get this? So I'm looking for ascending order of area and descending order of agent name. So we can start with any particular column, that does not matter. So for example, if I look into this Excel sheet, I have my agent name, select this, which we want in a descending order. So we could either do a sort and then go for descending sort Z to A. We could also use the filter option here on the top right, and we could do it, or I could just say sort Z to A, and then it has arranged the data based on the agent column being in descending order. Now I can go into area, and then I can again do a sort, and I wanted my area column to be used for sorting the data in ascending to descending. And that basically not only changes the order of this particular column but for my complete data. So let's do that. And now if you see, we have the data which has been sorted. So we can see how many values we have here and the area values which we see, and this is how you get your result. So I'll just do a Control Z and again, and I'm back to my original data, and this is the sorted result which we are seeing at. Similarly, we can answer other questions. For example, sort the data according to the following order of area. That is, we are saying county, central, and then your county. So we can basically choose in which particular way we would want to do it. So it is county, central, and then again county. So if I look into my sheet 3, so here I basically have my data which is having some South County, then you have your central, and then you have your North County. So we would want to sort the data to solve our problem, which is according to the following order. So first we go for area, then we go for South County, Central, and North County. So what we can do is we can basically have area field selected, and I would want to sort this particular data. So I have South County, Central, and North County. So I can basically go for custom sort, and then I can choose which is the value or column which I'm interested in. Let's go for area. We will go for something like cell values. Well, you can also try to explore conditional formatting icon if this is what you would want to use, or we can basically go for just cell values. And here we can say if I would be interested in first getting my values for South County. So for example, I can say custom list, and then I can basically give in the new list here. So I can say S dot county, and then I would want central, and then I would want North County. So let's select this as it exists. We can basically say add, and that's basically the order which we want. Say OK, and then say OK here. And now what we would want is we would want our data, so we can compare that with the values which we see here. It starts with Kelly. You have in the 12th row something like Lang, and that's what we are doing. So we can basically arrange the data in a particular order by choosing a custom list and then sorting your data. So that's one more simpler task what we have done, where we have sorted the data in the order where under our area column, we first wanted South County, then we wanted central data, and then we wanted North County. So this is how you can do it. Now, let's look into one more problem. So it says find all the houses in the central area, and we would want to basically apply a regular filter. Let's see how do we do that. So we can click on this, and here we have the data. So the problem statement is we would want to find all the houses in central area. Now how do we do that? We can do a sorting, but we would want to use the filter which you see here is implemented. So how do you do it? So you can select this area, and say for example I would want to apply filter. I can just go in here and I can say let's get a filter on my first row, and now I have filters applied. So we are interested in looking into the central area houses. Let's go in here. It says all these fields are selected. That means it shows everything wherein your area has all these values. Let's unselect this, and then I will only be interested in the central. So let's say OK, and then say OK. So now you see the area filter has been applied, and we are looking at the central column. So what we have done is we have applied a simple filter, and we are looking at our data. At any point of time, if you do not want the filter, then what I can do is I can select this, and I can say, well, I'm interested in all the data. So I could do this, or you can clear the filters from area and you get your data back. So that's in one way you can filter out your data. So let's look at an example of sort and filter, where we might have to filter the data based on two columns or multiple columns with different kind of values, where it could be and or condition. Now say for example this is the data I have, and this is the question which we need to answer, such as find the list of all houses in the central region with pool and South County without pool. Now if it was a simple filter based on one cell, I could have just selected my header row. I could have then applied the filter, and once I have the filter, I can look in area where I have three regions. So I'm only interested in central and South County, so I can get rid of North County, and that's fine. But then we have two different conditions here. So we need the data in central region to have the value for pool being true, and for South County the value has to be without pool. Now how do we do that. So what we can do is we can first create a copy of these headers here. So let me do that. Now the area has to be South County. So basically I can either just select this and I can choose this value, and then I can select this and then I can choose central. So that's the criteria which I have, and the pool value has to be, so central region should be with pool. So then this one basically has to be true, and this one has to be basically false. So South County is without pool. So let's select one of the values here, and this is my criteria. Now to get my result, we can always place your cursor here and you can check this is M column and 8th row. Okay, so we would want the result here. So let's go ahead and now click on data, and then in filter you have an option called advanced, and here what I can do is I can say I would want to filter the list in the place, but that's not what I would want to do. So I'll say copy to another location, and here if you see the list range will tell me that this is the data. So A1 to J126, so A to J column selected and all the rows. Criteria range is basically based on what I've given here. So that is M from 1 to V, which is 3. So I'm selecting these columns and then I'm saying all the way whatever criteria I've given, and copy to, I'm saying M8 to V8. So that basically will give me my filtered result. So you could basically just say okay, and now I have my data which has been filtered, and I have my area which is South County, that is without pool, central with pool, again South County without pool, and then if you look at your central value, that's pool. So this is an advanced filter which we have applied, where simply we have filtered the data based on 2 columns and then we have our result. So in this way you can have your customized filter applied on 2 different columns and get your data, which can be either replacing the existing content, or in the same sheet in different set of columns and rows you can have your result. Let's look at one more example of filtering where you are trying to filter the data based on an AND condition being met in 2 different columns, and then you would want to filter out the data for only specific columns. So the situation is the agents with a house in North County, that should be county area, having 2 and a single type family. So we are talking about 2 bedrooms, and we would basically have a single type family, and here the criteria is that we would want to only populate these columns, which is agent, area, bedroom and type. Now what you can do is, as I explained earlier, that you can get your result in the same sheet in a different location. So here I have created these headers which says agent, area, bedrooms and type. Now this is basically a copy of all the columns what we have here: agent, data listed, area, list price, bedrooms, bath, square feet and so on. So you can basically create a copy of the headers here, and this is where we will give our advanced criteria to filter the data. So the conditions which need to be met is we need to look at North County. So for example, here in area, I can basically go ahead and select one of the values, North County. Now the criteria is having 2 bedrooms only. So let's say bedrooms, and let's say the value should be 2. And then basically I am saying a single type family. So when you would want the single type family, so here under type, I can give the criteria single type. So this is my AND condition. So we are saying North County area having 2 bedrooms and the type is single family. Now this is the criteria, which basically means if I select this one tells me that this is M one row onwards till V2. So this is what we have, and we would want to filter based on this. So let's go ahead and then go for data, filter, advanced. And here in advanced, it says filter the list in place. Now that's not what we would want to do. So I'll say copy to another location. This basically selects the list range. So which is telling me A1 to J126. So that's the columns and rows selected. Criteria range is based on M1, V2, which we have given here. And copy to, I would say, for example, from M7 to P7. Now this is the area where this is the place where I want the result. Let's say OK. And now I get my data, which is based on the question which has been asked, that you would want the agents with a house in North County area having 2 bedrooms and single type family. So in this way, you can basically do advanced filtering, get your data and get it stored in the sheet anywhere at a different location. Well, I could have also done filtering in place, and that would have replaced the data which we have, but that's not what we want. We would want the filtered result in a different place. So this is how you can do some advanced filtering. We can also use Excel to filter out the data in one particular column, which might be conditional or say using some numerical filters. Now here, say for example, the problem statement is that you would want to display all the houses whose list price is between 45,000 to 600,000. Or say for example, we would want to filter out the data to something else. Say for example, let's say I would want to filter out the data between 300,000 and 400,000. So we can basically update this. Say for example, I'm saying I'm interested in 300,000 to 400,000, and that's the criteria to filter out the data. Now there are two different ways, or there are two easier ways to do it. One is I would want to look at the list price. So I can select this. I can go ahead and do a filter here, and in the list price, now this is where we would want to do the filtering. So it's pretty easy. You can click on this one and then you can go into number filters and you can choose between. Now that's one easier way of doing it. So I could basically select this. I could say I'm looking for value which is greater than or equal to 300,000 and then is less than or equal to 400,000. So if I just do this, I have applied my filter and I have my data which is filtered based on my criteria, right? So that's one easier way of doing it. Or let me do a Control Z. Now let the filter be there, which you can anyways use. But what we can also do is, as we have seen earlier methods, so get a set or get your column headers here, and then you are giving two columns here. Now the only difference between my this set of columns, which I have 1 2 3 4, and then you have 7 and 10 columns, and if you see here we have 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11, right? So whenever you want a AND condition, you will basically add the columns where I can give add condition if it is the same column. If it was a different column, then it would be same number of columns, but AND conditions will lie in the same line and OR condition would lie in a different line. Now here I can give this value, so I am looking for listed price being between 300,000. So I am saying it should be greater than or equal to 300,000, and then I can say less than or equal to 400,000. Now that's my criteria, and then I need my result here, which is in M7. So what I can do is, once I've given my criteria which I'll be using to filter, I can get into data, I can get into advanced, and then I can say copy to another location. So it is selecting my A1 to J126. Criteria range is based on M1 to W2, and then I would want my result from this particular column. So let's say OK, and now you have your data filtered out in a different location in the sheet, which has been filtered based on your AND condition. So you can filter out the data in this way, or you could just apply a filter on a column and give the conditions. Now let's solve one more interesting problem. And here we would want to use Excel, where we would have an and, an or condition. So say for example, this is the data given to you, and the question is that you would want to find all the houses in North County. Again, that's a spelling mistake, but then they are North County area, with a list price greater than 300,000 and having 3 or 4 bedrooms. So the bedroom has conditional, so it has or 3 and 4, and then basically you have list price which is greater than 300,000. Now I could have obviously selected the columns and then basically gone for a filter. So I can just do a filtering here, and then I'm looking for list price being greater than 300,000, so which we can always give a number filter, and I can say greater than, and then I can say greater than or equal. So I can say greater than, and then I can give 3,000, 30, 300,000, and that's basically the filter which we would want. And here I would want to select the bedrooms, which should be just either 3 or 4. So if for example here I go in here and I unselect this and then I say 3 and 4, right? So I am getting my data which is greater than 300,000, and it should have the bedroom values which will be either 3 or 4 selected. Now that's one way of doing it. Let's do a Control Z and get it back to as we were, or you can even just say clear filter, so you get your data back as it was. So what we can do is we can here give the criteria. So for example, I have my list price. Now this is what I would want as a condition. So let's say greater than 300,000, and bedrooms should be 3. And then I can say greater than 300,000, and then I can say 4. So this one basically gives me a situation where your list price has to be greater than 300,000 and bedroom should be either 3 or 4. So we have given our filtering criteria. Now to get the result, what we can do is we can go into data, we can go into advanced, and we can say copy to another location. So our list range is selected, which is columns A to J, row number 1 to 126. Your criteria range is given in M1 to V3, where we have specified, and we are saying the result would be in M7 to V7. So if I do this, now I have got the same data which we were seeing earlier, and here the bedroom values are 3 or 4, and basically the list price is greater than 300,000. So this is a simpler way in which you can create your filters. And all this advanced filtering what we are seeing, it will be saved with your sheet. You can always go back and change this value, or you could do filtering where one person has to look into the filter to see what values have been selected. Now that we have looked into some operations which we can perform in Excel using filter or sorting the data, creating your tables, let's also quickly look at functions and formulas which can be used for doing some easy calculations or computations. Now, Excel can be used in different kind of data analysis. So for example, you have different inbuilt functions which can be used, and we can always check for a particular function. So for example, if I wanted to look at a particular function, I could just type in here something, for example is, and then it shows me all the possible functions. And you can always have a look at the detail of the function. For example, you have is even, which will return true if the number is even. If we would say is logical, so I could search for is logical, and that tells me whether a value is logical value, true or false, and returns your value true and false. Now we can obviously say subtotal, so you can search for any of these useful functions, and that tells me what this function can be used for. So returns a subtotal in a list or a database. You have many other such functions such as integer, sum, average. You may be interested in working on truncating some data, getting the absolute value, getting the square root, basically getting a count or getting a max value. You can look for any particular functions within your Excel sheet. Now you also have other functions such as now or time. For example, let's look at now function. So I can search for now, and here it is. So this is returns the current date and time formatted as a date and time. So this is the function which we would want to use. And if I just give the function, it tells me what is the current time. Let's first look at the description of time here. So say for example, I would want time. It says converts hours, minutes and seconds given as numbers to an Excel serial number formatted with a time format. So for example, if I would say 2 hours and then 30 minutes and 30 seconds, and if I do this, it has basically converted this into your time format. So you can always use different inbuilt functions for your work. Now we will also look at some advanced functions like SUMIF or SUMIFs. You have COUNTIF and COUNTIFs, and you can be working on various functionalities of Excel to easily help you in doing some calculations, computations, working with your data, working with your different cell values. So let's look at some example of using functions like sum or SUMIF. So for that, let's go to this sheet, and here we have some data. Now I have already applied a filter which can allow me to filter out the data. So it says find the total units that were sold in the East region. Now we know that in region we have East, and I have multiple regions. I could basically be saying unselect all and select only East and say OK, and that basically gives me the units which were sold. And if I placed my cursor here, and then if I did a auto sum, so it would basically give me the function which is being used, so something like subtotal, and it is basically working on your rows which is E2 to E44. And here we can just do this, so that gives me the total. But this is fine, you could do that, but it would be good if we know how do we use a function like SUMIF to do that. So here I'm seeing this is the subtotal where I'm looking at the values, and basically what I have done is I have filtered out the region, and then basically I'm getting a count. But this does not give me clearly how a sum was calculated from all the values which were listed. What we can also do is let's do a Control Z and let's get it back. So now we have our data, and we would want to get the total units that were sold in the East region. So what I can do is I can start typing in my formula, and for that I'll use an inbuilt function. So for example, I would be interested in going for SUMIF. Now it says SUMIF adds the cells specified by a given condition or criteria. When you talk about SUMIFs, this is when you could give set of conditions or multiple criteria. So let's look at SUMIF. Let's do this. Now obviously this gives me an error because the formula is not right. So we have to basically come in here and let's start with sum if. Now when I say sum if, it shows me there is a function with sum if which we would want to use, and here once I open up the bracket, it tells me, okay, what is the range of data which you are interested in. So I'm interested in all the units that were sold in the East region. So we are interested in the region which is here. So I can basically be selecting this, and this tells me you are interested in the data here. So let's not take the header value. So let's say B2, and then we can go all the way to the end. So we can basically select this way. That's the data we have. Select this and hit enter. So now here it has selected B2 to B4, but we need to basically now give the criteria. So the criteria is either a value or you can point it to a cell which has that particular value. So as per our problem statement, we are looking for the units which are sold in East region. So I can select the value East here, and then my sum if needs the range on which you want to calculate a sum. So let's select this, and now we are interested in finding out the sum of units. So that's basically this column, E column. So I can basically type in instead of selecting. So I can say E, and I'm interested in E2 to E44. So that basically selects the area or all the values. And now let's do this. So that basically gives me the sum is 691. Right now, this is the criteria where I have pointed it to a cell and whatever value that cell has. Well, I could have done something like this. So I could have selected East, giving the value, and then doing it. It still does the same thing, and in this way you have more clarity that you are using sum if. You are filtering the data, so you have given the rows, you are given the criteria, and then you have given the range on which you would want to sum up the values. Now similarly, if the question was what was the total revenue generated from binder, now we would want to find out what is the total revenue generated from binders. That means my filtering criteria will be binder, and then I want to find out the total revenue generated. So we have the revenue generated field also here, and we don't have any region to be filtered. We are just looking for binder. So let's again start doing the same thing. So we can go for sum if, we can open the bracket. Now it needs the range, so we are interested in revenue generated. Now that's the summation we want, and we would want to get the range of data. So here we can basically select D2 to D44. So that's the data selected. Now I would want to give the filtering criteria. So let's say binder, and then we need to give the range on which the sum needs to be calculated. So that's my revenue column. So that's G. So I can say G2 to G44, and that basically selects the column, and then you get your sum. So it tells me what is the total revenue generated from binder. Now I could be doing this for other things also. So say for example, if you would want to filter out something else, you could basically just drag and drop here, and then I could come here and change this to, say, instead of binder, I would be interested in, say, pencil, if that's the criteria you are interested in. Remember to change this so that you take all the values, and here we will change it to select the relevant rows, and then this is the data I'm getting. So I know that this is the revenue generated from pencil. this is the revenue generated from binder. Now this is a simple use case where we are using sum if. What if we would want to use some ifs? So sum ifs, let's have a look at how we get to sum ifs. So sum ifs is where you would want to work on doing some calculation, but then you would want multiple criterias to be met. So let's see how we get this. So here what I can do is, let's work on this problem statement which says what is the total revenue generated from central region where the item is a pencil. So that's something which I would want to check. Now when we are answering this question, we can also look at the order in which things have been asked in the question. So it says what is the total revenue generated from central region. So we need the total revenue generated. We know there is a revenue column. We are interested in getting the total revenue generated. We are saying the filtering criteria is central region, and we say in that we would be interested only in the item if it is pencil. How do I do it? So I can use sum ifs where you can pass in multiple criteria. So let's start with sum ifs. And when I start with sum ifs, let's open up the bracket. So it says sum range, it says criteria range, then it gives one criteria, and you can give in any number of criterias. So for example, we are interested in total revenue generated. Now that's my G column. So let's follow in the same order. So let's say G2. So that's my first value. And then I know there are 44 rows here. So I can say G44. And you can obviously check if that has selected all the rows. Now that's my total revenue generated. So I would want the total revenue generated. So I'm saying setting this sum range. Then I need to give the criteria range. So it says from central region. So central region comes into column 2, that's B. So let's say B2 to B44. So that's my criteria range. Then you have to give your criteria, but we need to filter out the region being central. So let's select this. Now either I could point to a value in the cell, or I can just give the exact value here. We can also give a wildcard or matching pattern, so that also works. Now this one is fine. We are now also interested in finding the total revenue generated when the region is central and the item is pencil. How do we do that? So for item, we know the column is D2. So let's select D2 to D44. So that basically selects all the rows in the D column, and we need to give the filtering criteria. So let's do a comma and then just give in our value. So let's say pencil, and then let's close your bracket, and that basically gives you the result. So we need to just follow the order of our question, which says what is the total revenue generated. So we are looking at the revenue column, we are selecting all the rows. Then it says from the central region. So we need to select the region column and give the filtering criteria as central, or point to a cell which contains that value. And then it says we would be interested only in item being pencil. So then you select the column which has all the items and provide your filtering criteria, that is pencil. So that's your easy calculation of using sum if, which we compare with sum if here. So sum if here was just having your criteria. So basically you are selecting your rows, giving your filtering criteria, and then your sum range. In sum ifs, we are giving multiple condition. Now same thing can be done here. It says how many units were sold by sales representative Jones where the cost of each item was greater than 4. So how many units were sold by sales representative. So when we talk about how many units, that's your E column. So let's start with that. So let's say some ifs. I would be interested in E column. Then let's give the range. So it says some range. So those are the number of units on which we would want to find the sum. Then it says you need to give the criteria range. So we say sales representative, where the name is Jones. So sales representative is in sales rep column C. So let's say C2 to C44. Now then we need to give our filtering criteria. So let's say Jones is the sales representative where we are interested, about whom we are interested in. And then the question says where the cost of each item. So cost of each item is what we are interested in. You have unit cost. So that's what we are interested in. So that would be F, and then say F2 to F44. And then you need to give your cost. So it says where each item is greater than 4. So let's select this and let's do this. So this tells me 301. Now, similarly, let's answer our third question, which says how many units did Jones sell excluding pencil item? So we would want to find out what was the total number of units that were sold, and that units or that should not include the pencil item. How do we start doing this? So let's start with some ifs. Now we know that you start with some ifs, you need to give the sum range. So we are interested in the number of units. So let's basically go in and select our number of units which were sold. So that's your column E. So I can say E2 to E44. That's where I would want to perform the sum. Now I'm saying how many units that were sold, where we are talking about sales rep being Jones. So let's select the columns C and then give the range. After that, we need to give our filtering criteria, which is Jones, and then we are interested in the items, but excluding pencil. So items is in column D. So let's say D to D44, and then we have to give our criteria. So we can say, well, that should exclude pencil. So I can basically say pencil, and let's close this and let's check. So that's my formula, which says that these are the number of units which the sales representative, whose name is Jones, had sold, and that does not include pencil as an item. Let's also look at an example of using COUNTIF or COUNTIFs. Now, both of these can be very useful when you would want to calculate certain values. So for example, if I would want to work on COUNTIF, let's try solving this problem. Now, remember, you can answer these questions using filters, and that can be an easier way, but then sometimes you may want to get the formulas so that you can make your spreadsheet and your calculation more dynamic in nature, and that will basically depend on the values in the columns or rows. So for example, if I have find the total number of times Gil has made a sale. Now if I look at my data here, it tells me that for every sales representative there is some value in the sale, and it says sales has greater than 3. So for example, Jones, you have sales greater than 3, or you have Jardine, which is sales greater than 3, and so on. So what we are interested in is doing a quick count and finding out the total number of times Gil has made a sale. How do we do that? So we can use this COUNTIF function. And if I go into COUNTIF, it says counts the number of cells within a range that meet the given condition. Now what's our condition? Our condition is Gil. And we would want to find out how many times the name say Gil appears or Gil has made a sale. Now I could just say COUNTIF and then open up a bracket. I need to give a range. So let's say we are interested in looking at the range. So let's say we will choose sales rep. So I can say C and then I can say C2 to C44. Now that's my range. Let's not give that in quotes. So you have to give a range. So let's do a COUNTIF that selects the data, and then we need to give the condition. So for example, let's here give the name, which is Gil, and then close this. So that basically tells me it is 5 times Gil appears here. We can check this. So I can go in here, I can add a filter, and then might be I would be interested in looking at only Gil, and that basically gives me 5, right? So we can always do that, and we can be using formulas like this. Now what about this question? So which basically says which sales representative made a sale more than 3 times. Now it might be looking little confusing when I say, for example, let me clear out this filter. Now we have sales greater than 3, and we would want to find out which sales representative made a sale more than 3 times. Now I could basically check for every sales representative here if they have made a sale more than 3 times. And what I can do is I can just say equals, I can start with COUNTIF, then I need my filtering criteria. So that's your range. So first thing is we will choose, for example, let's choose C2 to C44, and then we need to give an criteria. What is the criteria? We need basically a sales representative. So I can choose the value here in C2, and then I can close this, and then I can say the sale has to be greater than 3, and let's check. So it tells me the boolean value that yes, this guy has made sales more than 3 times. And what we can do is we can just drag and drop, which basically gives me the value for other sales rep. You can always check the value is automatically changing to this value in cell. And for example, let's go in here. So this is obviously 2, so it says me false, right? And you can basically get the values for all your values. So that basically tells me which sales representative has made a sale more than 3 times. Now, like some ifs, we also have count ifs where you can give multiple criterias. So for example, the question is how many orders were placed from the East region after this particular date. So we have a date criteria, we also have the region criteria, and we need to basically get the count of number of orders which were placed. Now I can in this case use count ifs, and this basically says that you can start with a criteria. So it says how many orders were placed from East region after particular date. So date is in my first column. So for example, I could say A, start with 2, and say for example, let's go A44. That should have selected all the rows. And then I need to, once I've given the criteria range, I need to give the criteria. So we are saying the date has to be greater than 10th Feb. So let's give it 2/10/2019, and then you need to say how many orders were placed. So you need to give the criteria, second criteria range. So we are looking at the number of orders which were placed from the East region. So when I would want to look at the region, that's your column B. So I can basically say B2 to B44, and here I would basically give my criteria. So the criteria is East. Let's give that. And once you have done this, you would want to find out the total number of orders. So let's select this. And if I do this, it tells me 13. Now, is that right? So we are looking for your date, your region being East, and then getting the total number of orders. So here I can just do a count if I'm saying A2 to A44, wherein I have given the date criteria that it should be greater than 10th Feb, because I do not want to count 10th Feb. It says after 10th February. And then you are saying the region has to be East. So we would want to find out the total number of orders. So my region is East, and that gives me the result. Now, similarly, you can also find out how many times Gill sold pencils. So here we will have to give the range. So let's start with count ifs. Now here I would want that item is pencils, so we can as well select column D to D44. Then you have to give your criteria, so that's your pencil, and then we are looking for sales rep, which is Gill, so that is my column C. So let's say C2 to C44, and the value should be just Gill. So it tells me it's twice where Gill has sold pencils. So we can obviously check this by going in here, choosing my filter, and then let's search for rep being just Gill. Okay, and now we are interested only in the item being pencil. So I can say, well, let's get to pencil only, and that tells me twice. So you can obviously re-verify using filters, but using functions or using formulas, it is always good to calculate, and that can be making your computation and calculation more dynamic. Let's look at one more interesting feature of Excel, and that's your conditional formatting. Now, as you see on the screen, conditional formatting has different rules which can be applied on your data, and that allows you to basically differentiate or easily identify data values which are based on certain criterias or rules. So when you talk about conditional formatting, you have different options, such as you can highlight cell rules, you can get top and bottom values, you can apply different rules, apply different color scales, and you can easily manage these rules. So conditional formatting is very useful for people who would want to work on huge amount of data and easily perform some data analysis. It's easy to use as it is shown here, and with your conditional formatting, you can format cells based on a preset condition. You can perform conditional formatting to identify cells. You can highlight a few significant cells, and you can easily perform conditional formatting as shown on the left side. Now, how do we work with conditional formatting? Let's have a quick look. So say, for example, we have our Excel sheet, and if you see here, I am highlighting the salesperson who have generated revenue greater than 10,000. So we can be looking at the values where the revenue generated by a particular sales person is greater than 10,000. It has a particular color. And how do we get here? So for example, let's select this data, and what I could do is I could go into conditional formatting. Now I could basically highlight cell rules, and we could just say greater than. That's an easier way. I could also go ahead and create a new rule, but then I can use one of this option. I can say greater than, and let's give some value. Might be we would be interested in looking at any value greater than 12,000. So let's choose 12,000. And here it says what color would you want to select. So for example, I would say something like yellow filled with dark yellow text, and let's say okay. So right now what I'm doing is I have all the values where the revenue generated was greater than 10,000, but then I have also selected all the sales people who have made or who have generated revenue greater than 12,000. So I can just do a control Z to see the previous result. Now here I had the values which were greater than 10,000, and the one which we did just now basically highlighted the values which are greater than 12,000. So this is one simple example. Now we can look at some other examples. Say for example, you want to format cells using 3-color scale. So if you look at the values here, I have a 3-color scale mainly in green, yellow, and red. And how do you do this? So for example, I can go in here and I can go to conditional formatting. So I would want to go for color scales, and here you can create different rules. So we can set up a 2-color scale. So we can say format only values that are above and below average. I can format only cells that contain something. I can get the top and bottom value. So these are different ways in which I can have a 3-color based scale. Now what I will do is I will select this, and let me show you the rule which I have. So for example, I can go into manage rules, and if you see here, there are certain rules which have been specified. Now what does that mean? So you would want to specify a 3-grade scale. So for example, if I would want to look at my first rule, it tells me that I'm choosing 3-color scale. I can choose lowest value, percentile, and highest value, and that basically will select the cells based on their values. So what we could have done is I can basically use one of these values. I can delete these rules which I have created. So for example, I have all these rules, but you should always carefully remember that the rules will be applied in the order shown. So for example, if I just delete these rules and then say apply and say okay, my data is back. Now it does not have any highlighting. Now I can go in here, I can say conditional formatting. I could go for color scales, or I could basically go into new rule. So I would want the cells to be using 3-color scale. So let's choose 3-color scale. Now when you say 3-color scale, it says what will be the color of lowest value, and we could choose, might be any one of this. Let's choose red. I can say midpoint is percentile 50, and then the highest value is green. And if that looks good, let's say okay. And now if you see, the lowest values have been highlighted as red. You have mid values, and then you have the positive value. So this is a 3-color scale, and that easily helps me in identifying the data based on the cell values. Now in conditional formatting, what you can also do is you can basically color the cells based on their values. So what we are seeing here is if the revenue generated is greater than average, then that shows in green. And if the revenue generated is lesser than average, that shows in orange. Now, how do we do that? So we can basically again manage some rules. So I can basically create a new rule. Now here I can select one of the options which says format only values that are above or below average, and that's the option I would want to select. Now I can select this and it says format values that are above average. So in our case we had it in green. So for example, I'll say above average, and then here I can go for a particular color. So you can go for a particular size. So let's go and look into the formatting. So for example, let's choose yellow. Say okay. Now I'm saying wherever the cell values are above average, it would be yellow instead of green. And let's go in here. Let's go and look into manage rules. So this is basically the rule which we are applying. Now we can also add a new rule, and I need to select the values. So for example, I will say here, so we had gone for above, now we'll go for below. We'll go for format, we will choose red, we'll say okay, we'll say now these are basically the rules which we have created, and here it says applies to your data. So right now it has not been applied. So for example, if I select this and then I could basically choose my area, just hit on enter, and similarly you can go in here and then select your area, hit on enter and say apply, say okay. And now if you see, I have really chosen bright colors, but then I have said wherever my revenue generated is above average, it should be in yellow, and below average should be in red. So we wanted above average to be in green and below average to be in orange. So that's what we have here, right? So you can always color code your cell values based on some rules which you are setting up. Now similarly, you can also find the top 10 and bottom 10 values, and that's pretty easy. So you can just select this and then you can go into conditional formatting. You can go for top and bottom values, top 10 items, bottom 10 items, or you can go in for more rules. So you can say format only top or bottom ranked values. So you have top 10. Now you can choose the color, and for example I'll go for blue and I'll say okay. So now if you see, my top 10 values are blue. Now similarly I can add one more rule. So I can say new rule and I can say let's go for top or bottom. Let's go for bottom. Let's go for format. Let's say orange. Say okay, say okay, and that's it. So now you have your values which are top or bottom 10 values. So you are using conditional formatting where you are basically highlighting your cell values based on different colors, and here easy conditional formatting based on different rules helps us to do that. Now similarly, you can also have the values which is basically showing you how the values are increasing. So what we can do is we can select our columns. Either you could apply this to all the columns. Now here I have applied this only to Jan and April. Now I could apply this for June. So let's say June. So you can go for gradient fill, you can go for solid fill, you can obviously just select the color and that takes care of the things. You can say for example select this, and now this is selected, but I would want to might be format this. So I can go in here, I can go into manage rules. Now that will tell me what rule has been applied. in the order. So I can just do a edit rule, and that basically says this is a solid fill, which is color. You have no border. This is basically color is black. Now I can go for something like gradient fill, and I can say okay. And now if I say apply and okay, so this basically is like your first column. So you can use conditional formatting for various use cases, and you can highlight the values. So anyone who would look at the value would automatically notice which are the higher values, which are lower values. Might be here the revenue is getting generated or was getting generated but did not grow beyond a particular value, and so on. Now, similarly, you can also go in for different options. Say, for example, here we would want to see if the revenue was dropping, or if the revenue decreased, or say, for example, if the revenue was going up for this particular salesperson. So here we are looking at Carol. So in Jan, the revenue generation by sales was very high. Then in Feb, it was falling down. In March, it was kind of stable. Then in April, it went way below. So we can obviously work on this, wherein we can grade our cell values. So what we can do is we can go in for highlighting the cell values. Now you can go for color scales, you can go for icon sets, and this is where you can choose your different shapes. So you could choose one of these shapes. So for example, I would be interested in looking at the indicators like directional. I could go using this 3 arrows. I can go in for this color. I can choose directional, and then my values are automatically using directional. Now what we can also do is we can then go into manage rules, and that basically tells me what rules have been applied. So for example, the latest one is the icon set, which I have chosen. It shows the selected columns. I can obviously do a edit rule, and then I can choose. So I'm saying the format style is icon sets. I'm not using a data bar. I'm not using color scale. Now here I have chosen the style of icons, and then here you can basically give some values. So you have icon which is green when the value is greater than or equal to 67%. When I say hyphen or minus, it is less than 67. It's way below 33%, then you give this value. So you can obviously edit and easily highlight your cell values based on this icon set. So I can apply this, and that's how I use conditional formatting. So conditional formatting can be very useful if you would want to use icon set, if you want to use your data bars, if you would want to highlight particular values, if you would want to color code based on some calculation, if you would want to use a 3-color or a 2-color scale, or if you would want to just find out values based on some simple calculation. So conditional formatting is used extensively by data analysts, or people who are working business intelligence teams, or people who would want to use Excel to easily identify the data, easily identify the cells which contain particular value, or finding out less significant or more significant cells to then pull out values and carry out your computations, calculations, or analysis. Let's continue learning on using Excel for various things. Now we have learned on conditional formatting and seen how that can be very helpful. Let's learn one more feature of Excel, and that's basically your data validation. Now this can be very useful when you would want to work on validating the data which is being fed in the cells. So you could limit it to basically a number between a particular value. You could also add some messages to it if you would want, or you could even circle invalid data or clear validation circles. So data validation really helps us in validating the data which is being fed in to particular fields. Now, it's a feature in Excel which is mainly used to control what a user can fill in a cell. You can decide what type of values must be entered. You can also restrict user to enter only valid data. And if any invalid data is entered, an error message will be displayed. Now that's where you can use your data validations. So let's see how that can be done. So for data validation, let's see some exercises here. So for example, you have a name column and you would want to restrict that the name should accept only 15 characters. Now, how do you do that? So you can basically select the cells, or you can just select a particular cell and then we can later drag the property to other fields. Now here, once the cell is selected, so for example, let's try this out and let's see if that works. So for example, I will say Peter Johnson, okay, and that is basically 5 and 9 and 12 characters. So let's say junior, and if I do this, it says input length is greater than 15. Do you want to continue? If I say yes, right? So basically it is allowing me to add the value here, but then it has basically violated the rule. Now this is giving a message to the user that the username should be entered less than 15 characters. Now how do we do that? So for this, we can basically select the column and then we can search for data tab and get into data validation. So this is where you can create or select different kind of rules. So for example, I can go into data validation, I can go into settings, and I can say the text length, and that should be less than 15. Now this is the maximum I'm giving, and it says apply these changes to all other cells within the same settings. So I can do this, or I can just drag and drop. So I can basically apply this formula, and now you can in fact randomly check in any particular cell, is the rule applied. So it says text length less than 15. So we can basically control data validation in this particular column, and that will allow only 15 characters. It will pop up a message if the user really wants to go beyond the particular limit. Now you also have similarly date of birth. So the restriction is date of birth should be between 10 Jan 1990 to 30 December 1998. So this is what we want to restrict. How do we do that? So we can select the field, we can click on data validation, and if you see here, I have selected date, and then date is between, and then obviously you can give a range, that is 10 Jan date 1990, 12/30, 1998. So that's the start and the end filter which has been applied. And once this is done, you can also check your input messages, which says when cell is selected, show this input message, enter a valid date. So if you see here on the left, there is a pop-up which is coming up which says enter a valid date. Now I can also say when user enters invalid data, show this error alert. So I can say stop, I can say invalid entered, and this is how I have set a rule. So for example, if I just do something like this, and that says invalid date entered, I can do a retry. It will take me back here, but unless and until I do not give the right format, the date will not be accepted. And again, the same thing applies to all the cells. Similarly, email. So we are saying the email should have @ present in the value provided. Now for this, we can use a formula and we can select, well, I would want to apply this rule to all these rows starting from C2 to C14. So let's get into data validation. Let's look in settings, and here we are choosing custom. Now within custom, I'm choosing what is the formula. So I'm saying is number, and then I'm saying find at the rate for the rows C2 to C14. So the only thing we are concerned about here is the value should have an email icon. You can input a particular message. You can say what has to be done for error alert. So for example, we can basically go in here and we can say invalid email. That's the title I'm giving. And we can say email should contain at the rate. So if I do this and if I say OK, now you can test it. So you can say A, B, C, D, and that says email should contain at the rate, and basically that will not allow me to add the values. So now you have the field called salary. It says salary should be greater than 50,000. Now we can limit the values by choosing a whole number. So for example, for salary, I can go into data validation. I can go into settings. So here I can say something like decimal, or I can go for whole number. So both of the things are fine. It depends on what kind of values get into this particular field. So if I say whole number, and if I say it has to be greater than 50,000, so I'm saying the minimum is 50,000. Or I could have given a decimal and then I can say greater than, less than, equal, or anything, or even between. So I can select greater than and then I can just say OK. Now for rank, the rule is rank should be between 100 and 200. So again, we can use a whole number. So ranks will generally not be decimal. So this would be whole number. Salary is can be a whole number or it could be decimals. So we have chosen decimal here, and in rank, if you click on data validation, I have chosen whole number. I've set data between 100 and 200. Input message, nothing. Error alert, nothing, but that depends. I can give this. So this is how you can just do a simple data validation and control the values which land in the cell. Okay, so now let's also understand how we can restrict the values in a particular cell, which might be based on a list of items. Now, for example, here, if you see, I have two columns. So one column basically has the values of city names, and then you have places within that particular city. So if I would want to implement a data validation based on this, so for example, if you see here city, and that basically shows me only the 4 values which can be entered. And if I go to place, then it tells me for Maharashtra, I can only enter Pune, Mumbai, Nasik. Now, how do I do this? So say for example, you take an empty field and you want to restrict the values of city names. So I could select data validation. I could basically select list, and then it tells me you need to enter the list values, that is the source. So you click here and then I can just select these fields. Now if I do this and if I say OK, it has implemented a data validation, but if you look into this, it will show me the same thing, but then it shows me some empty cells which did not have any value. So this is fine, but it would be better if we do it in a different way. So I can select this, and I've already given my city names here. So I can just do a data validation, and here in the source, let me get rid of this. Now I can just have my cursor here. I can select these values, and then if I say OK, so now if you see, my city names have been restricted to these values. And that's how you can implement your data validation. So I have this data validation here, but I will get rid of this one by just doing a Control Z. Now I'll come here and say, for example, I would want to implement the same data validation. Now the easiest way would be in doing this for all my 4 cities. Now if you see here, I have data validation. I could choose Bangalore. And if you come and check here, there is no data validation, but we have implemented data validation here. Now, how is that done? So I could select this, or for example, I can go in here. I can select data validation. I can select list. And then here in the source, I will say for Bangalore, the values should be these. And then if I basically say, okay, now if we see, these are the values which are fed into Bangalore. So we could do this, or like what we have done here. So if you can check the data validation rule, I have used list and then I have said indirect F2. So basically I'm giving in a formula which relates to the value which is in for the city Maharashtra. So we could do this, or in a simpler way, we could do this and then just drag and drop here. So we could check for Maharashtra, what are the values? Let's choose a different city. So for example, Kolkata, and here I will choose. Now, since we did a drag and drop, it has basically taken the values of Bangalore. So that's not right. So we select this, we go into data validation, and here I can either feed in the values, that is such as Bangalore. I could basically say something like this, Kolkata, and I could say okay. So now if you see, it shows me the places in Kolkata. Now here we have, let's choose a different city. So for example, let's go for Delhi, and here I can go to data validation and I can just say Delhi. So this is an easier way of doing it. Or if you remember the formula, then what you can do is you can just give in indirect and then basically give the value of the cell for which you would want to keep in the values. So this is how you can do list validation. So you can provide a list of values and then you can restrict the values in a cell which should be belonging to a particular list. So this is how you do a simple data validation by restricting the data in the form of a list. Now let's learn about pivot charts and tables, which is one more very useful feature of Excel and which allows you to work with your data or perform data analysis. Now, pivot table is a summary of your data. It is used in cases where there are numerous rows and columns in your data set, and it allows you to group your data in several ways so that you can derive meaningful information from it. Now, the visual representation of a pivot table is termed as a pivot chart. Now, how do we do that? So let's see an example. Now, here is some data. Here you see we have some row labels, which basically gives me some category of items here. It also tells me the sum of sales, and basically it gives me per item what is the total sum of sales which were made. Now, how do I get this here? So for example, if I would want to delete this, and I would be interested in getting the total sales under each category of items. Now we know that we have different data here and it's huge. For example, on the row end, if I just do a control and right arrow, it tells me what's my right last column. And if I just do a control and down arrow, it tells me there are 9,994 rows. Now I can use this, and what I can do is I can basically work on insert and go to pivot table. Now this basically tells you need to choose the range. Now since I have chosen my first row and first column, it basically has selected the data, and that's fine. Now do you want the result in a new worksheet? I'll say existing worksheet, and I can choose a location. Now that basically needs me to select a field. Might be we can just select this field, and that should be good enough. So for example, if I close this or if I say okay, so this is basically an indication that my pivot table will be created. Now, what are the fields we are interested in? So as per the problem, we need to find out what are the total sales for each category. So let's go in here and let's select the field category. Now, as soon as you do that, it shows that the rows which are being selected are for this column category. And now we are interested in getting the sales. So we would want the sales per category. So let's select this. So you see sum of sales is selected. Now close this and that's it. That's your data. So it shows you row labels. It tells you what are the different categories, and it also gives you sum of sales, which is per category. Now this is one easy example where we have solved the problem, where we have tried to find what were the total sales under each category of items. So for example, let's have another data set. So again, you can just check how many rows we have, and it is basically the same, 9,994. And if I look in columns, it basically shows me profit is the last column. And here we would want to find out which category. So for example, let me get rid of this. Which subcategory of items sold the maximum under each category? So we have some categories here which says furniture, and it shows some subcategories, and then it shows me office supplies and then some subcategories, and same thing with technology. Now we know how we got this data, but this is different than what we were seeing here. So here we were just getting the categories, but we did not have any breakdown of subcategories within this particular category. And here you see there is a breakdown, and then basically you can also apply a filter which basically says what is the data you want, and if you are interested in finding out a particular value. Now how do we do this? So for example, let me get rid of this. Now we know how we can find out the category of items, but we would want to find out which subcategory of items sold the maximum under each category. So here we are not looking at sales, but we are looking at the quantity. Okay, so what we can do is we can go to the first row and first column, click on insert, click on pivot table. Data is already selected. Let's choose existing worksheet. Let's choose a location in our worksheet where we would want to have this. So might be I can select this particular field and then just close this. So it says this is the existing worksheet. Say OK, and now you need to select your columns. So for example, if I would want the data for categories, so I can select this. Now I know that within category, these are the options which we have, and then there is a subcategory. So let's select that. And if you see here, now we have the data which will be filtered. So based on your category and subcategory, and then we will choose quantity. So it automatically understands that this is something on which summation can be done. So let's select this and close on this. Now if you see here, we have got our items where we can see the subcategories within a particular category. Now I can basically close this, and that just shows me high level categories here. So here I can again select a particular row and column. I can go for either a new pivot table. So we could basically select this. The row is already selected. Existing worksheet is what I want. So now I will select this particular place. Say OK. Now we do the same thing like what we did earlier. So we will select category, subcategory, and quantity. So the data has already come in. Just select this, and now you already have all your data. But this is not what we want. We want to basically apply a filter to this. Now how do we do that? So we can go for slicer. So I can go for insert slicer, and then it tells what are the subcategories which you are interested in. So for example, if I go for something like subcategory and say OK, so this tells me what are the categories you are interested in. So for example, we know that furniture has furnishings with the highest value. So I can select, say, furnishings, and then I was interested in office supplies. So within office supply, I can basically search for here binder. So I can just do a control and select binder. And then I can also know for technology, I can select phones. So I'll say control and select phones. And now if you see, the filter has been applied and we have these subcategories which are selected. So we have our data here. Now we don't need really this, so I can just delete this, and I have my data which shows me furniture being the main category, and that has only furnishings, office supply having binders, and technology having phones, and that basically is a filter applied on the result of your pivot. So this is how we are seeing which subcategory of items were sold maximum for each category. So this is how you can easily use pivot tables, and you can do some analysis. Let's look at some more examples. Now, let's see if you have to answer this question, which says which were the top 3 states for each region that made the highest average profit. Now, how do we calculate that? So for example, this is the data we have, and as I've instructed earlier, you can select the first row and first column. You can click on insert, go into pivot table, and that basically selects all your data. We will choose the result should be in this existing worksheet. So select this, click here, and then basically let's select this cell, and I will say OK. So now my pivot table will be here. So we are interested in finding out top 3 states within each region which have made the highest profit, or which have made the highest average profit. So for that, first we will select region. So when we select region, it shows here region, and within region you will then select state. So within every region you have multiple states, so that's what we are selecting. And then we are interested in looking at the profit, so let's select profit, and that automatically shows up here. So we can now say close this. So basically we have all the data, but we are looking at the sum of profit, but that's not what we want. We are looking for top 3 states from each region that made the highest average profit. Now, how do we change that? So here we have sum of profit. So I can do a right click, and basically I can say summarize values by average. So now I'm getting the average here, and that basically tells per region I have the average profit. But first is let's sort this data. So let's go into sort more options, and here I have average of profit. Or for example, as I said, you can select region, say OK, and now it is basically having the regions, and then you have your state value. So again we can do a sorting here, and I can say let's go for more sort options. I'll say descending. The state values should be based on average profit. So let's say OK, and now if you see in particular region we have the data which has been sorted, wherein you have the highest average profit on the top. Now what we can also do is we can basically then go for filtering. We can say top 10, but I'm not interested in top 10, so I could reduce this to top 3, and this is the items average of profit, say OK. And now you see per region you have the data which is showing me top 3 states, what are the average, and then you are also looking at the subtotal, so which basically says average profit for your west. Now if you would want to arrange this, your west and south and east and central, in a particular alphabetical order, if you would want to sort it, you can always do a sorting, and you can choose sort Z to A, if that's what you would want to do, or you can go for sorting, more sort options, and you want to sort the region, which is as of now based on descending Z to A. Let's make it ascending. Say OK. And now you see the data has been filtered. So it says per region. Now you can always select this and you can say, what is this? So this is basically your average of profit. Now we are looking at each region and the states, the top 3 states as we wanted within a region, and what is the average. Now we have one more question. What is the percentage contribution of each subcategory of products under each category to the total sales? So we know there are different products, there are different categories, and all the categories contribute to the total sales. So we would want to find out what is the percentage contribution of each subcategory of products under each category. So we not only want the category percentage, but we would also want what is the contribution of each subcategory to each category to the total sales. How do we do that? So for that, we need to again just place our cursor here or select the first row and first column, click on your insert, click on your pivot table, and now the data is already selected, existing worksheet. Place your cursor here, and then let's select this cell, say OK. Now your pivot table fields are here, so we are interested in category. So let's select category, and then within a category we will have subcategories, and we are interested in the sales data, wherein it is already going to give us the sum of sales, but we would want this in the form of percentage rather than just the sum. Now we can click here value field settings, and it says if you would want to summarize this, it says show value as, and what are the values you would want. So you can straight away go ahead here and say percentage of grand total. So we could do that because we know we will get a sum of sales and grand total. Now I could basically say percentage of grand total, say OK, and then just close this. So once you have closed this, you see already the data is in percentage. So now we have our data with subcategories, but we also want the data to be sorted, might be in a descending order, which tells which subcategory is contributing more than others. We can select how many subcategories we are interested in. So we can basically select one of the subcategory cells, right click. Now you have option filter and you have sorting. So we can say more sort options. Now here I will say descending, and you want the descending to be sum of sales, which is already showing as percentage. Click on OK, and now you see for each category it shows the percentage contribution towards the sales. It shows the subcategories contribution to a particular category and also to total sales. So technically speaking, if you look at all these values which are subcategories, and if you would total them, that would be your total grand total. So this is how we can solve a simple problem like this. What is the percentage contribution of each subcategory of products under each category to the total sales? The next question is, which customer made the lowest profit in the home office segment in each state? Now here we know that we are looking for home office segment. We are looking for customer which made the lowest profit. We are also looking for the state as the main criteria. So in each state, we would look for home office segment, and within that we would look for customer which has made the lowest profit. That means the lowest value of the profit. So how do we do this? So let's get into selecting our row and column. We will go into insert. I'll say pivot table. I'll say existing worksheet, and let me get my result here. So let's say okay. Now that gives me the pivot table. So the first thing is we are looking at per state, and I would be interested in home office segment, or I could first start with segment. Now here we have segment, and in segment I can basically select home office. So I can just do a uncheck and select home office only, and now I can select state. So that will be my subcategory within segment, and then within state we would want to find out the customer. So let's get the customer name, and we are interested in finding out the lowest profit. So let's select profit, and here we have sum of profit. So the fields are selected. Close this, and now you have your data, which basically shows me the names of customers which made the profit, but it's not sorted. So we can sort this, and we have state entries also, so that's fine. So what I can do is here I can basically say sorting, go to more sort options. I can say I want to do a descending, or I want to do an ascending based on sum of profit. So let's do that. Now you see the topmost value is the lowest value per state within home office segment. Now what we also want is we just want one value per state. So how do we do that? So we can just go for filtering, go for top 10 values. I'm interested in bottom value, and in that also I'm looking for only the lowest value. So let's select one, say okay, and now you see we have data for home office segment per state, customer who has made the lowest profit. So we have easily answered this question using our pivot table. Now say for example we have a question which says find the sales made in each quarter of 2016 for all the regions. So the data has to be divided quarterly, and use order year as a slicer. We can do that by selecting what data we would want to slice, and then we would want to create a pivot chart also. So for example, how do we do that? So for example, I will get rid of this, I will get rid of this, my pivot chart, which we can recreate. So find the sales made in each quarter of 2016 for all the regions. So this is what we want. Now how do we do this? So for example, let's select this. We will do a insert pivot table. We will basically say existing worksheet, and then I can select this particular cell. I'll say okay, and now I am interested in data quarterly. So first let's select our field here. So we should basically have, if all our fields are selected, say for example if I say order date, now you see we have quarters and years which are selected. Now we could be selecting these fields which says quarters, years, and if I would want data to be filtered based on years, I could do that, or I could get rid of years. So I have quarters, I have order date. So that's being already selected. Now what else we need? We need to find out for every region. So let's select the region, and we can also add region as a column here. So that will basically give me all the regions as different columns. And then finally we want the sales. So let's select this, and now let's look what we have. So if you see here, we have our data which is for each quarter. It gives me the total data, but what we would be interested in is not looking at the total data, but we are only interested in quarter of 2016. Now how do we do that? So what we do here is we have row labels. So let's click on this. So we have date filters, and then in date filters we can go for between, and then we will say 2016, and the value has to be 1. And then let's select this, and let's change this to 2016, and this is 12th month, and then we can say 31. So we are saying the date has to be 2016, and it basically says not a valid date. So let's select a particular date and see. So the month has to be here. So let's change this, and let's make it date and say okay. And now we have our data, which is for 2016. So for example, I could basically select this, and here I could be looking at what are the filters we have. So it says clear filter from order data. So we have applied the filter on order date, and these are your date filters, which is basically date 16. Oh, this is wrong. So this one has to be changed to 2016. So select this, and now we have our data for 2016. So we have found the sales made in each quarter of 2016 for all the regions, the grand total for a particular quarter if we are looking at the value, or for individual months in a particular quarter. And we have sliced the data. Now we could have also introduced a slicer by selecting which field we would want to implement. So for example, if I would select a particular field and then I could click on slicer, I could choose I would want to slice the date based on order date, and then could have done it. Or we have just given the date for 2016. Now we just need to plot a graph for this, and that's very easy. So you just need to select the complete pivot data, and here you have the chart options. So let's go for line chart, and that basically shows me the line chart. So we can select this, we can just drag and drop it here, and then we can basically check if that is showing us the data. So if you see here, this is line chart where it has divided the regions in different colors. So we have all the regions. We could filter out in pivot chart a particular region. We have the quarterly time here. In order data, the filter is applied. It says it is 2016. In quarters, it tells me it is 16. So we have our data. We have created a pivot chart, and basically we have sliced the data for 2016. Let's answer one more question, and that's finding the profit made in each year for all the categories of products in East and West regions only. And then we would want to create a histogram for the same pivot table. So histogram usually gives us the frequencies. So let's look at how do we calculate the profit made in each year for all the categories. So what I can do is I can basically select my row ID here, and now I'll do a pivot table. So the data is already selected. I'll choose existing worksheet. Let's select this particular cell, say okay. Now what are we interested in? Now if you look at the fields, we don't see any years or quarters and so on. So for example, here I can just choose order date, and then basically I can choose, say for example, years or quarters, the data which is coming out from my order date. So here I will just select years. Now then I have my order date. So we are interested in the years, orders, and we are interested in, let's look at our column or the question what we had here. So we have years, find the profit made in each year. So let's select profit. So that basically says sum of profit. But then I'm also interested in for all the categories of products. So what I can do is here I have my field which is category, and that I'll add to the columns, so that shows me what are the different categories, and this looks fine. Now I'm also interested in east and west regions, so that is basically in the region. So either we could add a slicer or we could do a filtering here by adding the filters. So first is I'll click on region, and here it says select all. I'm only interested in east and west, so let's select this, take this, put it here, let's say okay, and now we have the data which has been filtered based on the region. So here we have region, so you can always look at the filter, it is east and west, and we have our year data. Per year we have different categories. You can always look at what are these column labels. So this is my different categories, and this is the profit per category, and then you have your grand total. So we have already our data. Now let's say close this. So we have our data for all these years, different categories, the profits made per year. And if I would want, I could go into an year and I could look into different months. So that also is showing up. And now we would want to basically plot a histogram with this data. So I can just place my cursor here, I can select this, and then I can go into insert, and here I have different options. So we can go for bar chart, we can go for insert hierarchy chart, we can go into waterfall, funnel, stock, surface, or radar chart. So there are different options what you have here, and we will go for a simple histogram which is two-dimensional. Let's select this, and here you see you can obviously select different regions. You have your years which shows up, you have your order date, and then you have your categories which can be chosen for your histogram or for your bar chart. And that basically is how you use your pivot table. You use some calculations, and then you can plot your needed graph to visualize the data and understand it in a better way. Hi everyone, welcome to this tutorial on Microsoft Excel. Let's look at an example of one more useful function in Excel, and that is VLOOKUP. Now, VLOOKUP is used to see if a value exists in a range of values, and we can create a range of values, which is nothing but a block of cells which has a name and can be referenced. So mainly to use VLOOKUP, we need to create a named range, and that can be referenced anywhere in the workbook. Or the other option is you can always drag and select the range of data in which you would want to search something. Now there is also other functions such as HLOOKUP, which pretty much does the same thing. However, it does it horizontally, that is left to right instead of vertically. There are other functions like lookup and XLOOKUP and so on. So when we talk about VLOOKUP, let's see how we do that. So for example, this is the range of, or this is the data which has been given to you, and here is the question: find the employee name with employee ID 107. Now assume that you might have huge amount of data and you may want to search something. So how do we do it? Now here I have created some column and then some basic formatting. I've given it as employee ID, I've given employee name. Now what I can do is I can create a range of data. Now how do I do that, or a named range? So what you can do is you can select the data and then you can do a right click. Now here you have something like get data from table range. So you can do that. You can define a name. So you can click on this, and here you can give a name to the range what you would want to call it. So for example, let's say our search. Now that's the named range I'm creating, and just say okay. So the scope is workbook, and I've created a named range which you can see here. So it shows for search, our search. So you have created a named range. Now, how do we do a VLOOKUP here? So for that, we can use a formula. So for example, I would want to search for employee name, where employee ID is whatever you would want to search for. So employee ID, we can give here 107. Now that's what we would want to search the employee name for. And employee name is what we are interested. Now what we can do is we can use the function option here. I can do a insert function, and that shows me different functions which are here. Now VLOOKUP is showing up because I have recently searched for it, or you can basically just type in here look, and you can do a go. So that shows you all the lookup options what you have, like lookup, HLOOKUP, match, VLOOKUP, and so on. So we would be interested in VLOOKUP. So let's select that and click on OK. Now that basically opens up this function arguments, and it shows what does this function do. So it says looks for a value in the leftmost column of a table, and then returns a value in the same row from a column you specify. By default, the table must be sorted in an ascending order. Now you can basically say this is what you would want to search for. What is the lookup value? If you place your cursor here, it says what is the table array. That is nothing but the range, which we can use our named range. Here we have the column index number, which basically tells me what is the column number in the range which we want. So what is the value we want from which column? And then basically you have range lookup, which basically is the fourth option. And range lookup is nothing but it can have two values, so true or false. So true basically means closest match, and then false should be an exact match. So let's do that. So for lookup value, we would want to give a particular value, which is nothing but we would be interested in, say, employee name. So I can basically search for a value based on the lookup value. Now how do we do it? So we are saying we would want to search for employee ID, which is 107. So what I can do is I can select this cell here, which tells that this is the value or employee ID for which I would want to search the employee name. I could actually select the cell here, which is H, so that whatever value you feed in here, you can search for that value. So might be we can select this one, which is H6, and whatever value we key in here, we will be searching for employee name for that employee ID. Now table array is we would want to give a range. So what we can do is we can give our range. So for example, we had selected something like our search. And if you see here, that already selects or shows me employee ID, employee name, email address. So it gives me the range. Now column index number. So which column are we interested in? That means what is the value we are searching for? So we are searching for employee name, which is the second column. So I can just say 2, and that basically is the column number. And then you have to give a range lookup, which is a logical value. So either you give an exact match, or you can basically give a closest match. So we can say, for example, do a 0, which basically means false, or you can say 1, which is true. So let's go for 0. Now that's our formula. So it says VLOOKUP. You will search for the value as per H6 in the range, and then you're looking for employee name, which is column number 2, and then true or false. So let's click on OK, and that basically gives me the value, which is Penelope Burge. So here I'm searching for employee name, and you can basically drag this for other columns, and you can do that. So if it finds employee ID here, now say for example, if we had an employee ID, somebody enters an employee ID which is not in the range. For example, let's try 121, and then you see this is basically an error, right? Because it does not have any employee ID with 121. Now, how do I take care of this? So there is a formula which is called if error, and that can be used to take care of this. So if the value is not found, then it will show whatever I would want to show here. So what I can do is I can still select this, and what I can do is I can search in function. Say for example, this is the function we are looking at, but what we can do is we can test it here. So for example, if I look in function and if I search for error and say, oh, go. So there are lots of functions here, and this is the function we are interested in, if error. So if I say okay, now this takes the value, and what is the value if error? So for value, what I can do is basically I can select the value from here, which is nothing but our VLOOKUP formula, and value if error. So for example, I will basically say, for example, not found. So we can try this and we can say okay. Now here it says not found, so whenever it is NA, it is not found. Now if we look at the formula here, it says if error, it takes the value of H7, which is nothing but our VLOOKUP, and then it is showing us the value which we have entered. So for example, if I would say 107 like earlier and then hit on enter, so it says Penelope Cruz and it shows us the value, right? And if we enter something else, then basically here it shows NA and it shows not found. But what we want to do is we want to merge these two. So what I can do is I can get rid of, or I can basically take this one. Now what I would want is I want this formula to be here. So what I can do is I can say if error, and then basically given your VLOOKUP option or function here, and then say for example not found here, not found. Now that basically will take care of any kind of error if the value is not found. So when we say 121, it basically says not found. But if I say 107, which is found, then it shows me the value. So we are using VLOOKUP, but then we are also using if error, which will take care of our error message, or basically the not applicable, pound not applicable, replaced with whatever value we key in. Similarly, we can do the same thing here. So we have the find the job title. So we are interested in finding out the job title once the employee name is given. Now employee name can basically have a value from the cell or whatever value you would want to key in. How do we do it? So we basically start with our VLOOKUP. So that's the function we are interested in. So you can just do a double click. Now you are interested in finding out the value, whichever is given here. So that's the lookup value. And then you are interested in finding out the job title from the range. So I will still give our range, which basically also shows, for example, let's do a double click here, and that basically selects the range. And now I'm interested in finding out the job title, so that's column number 4, and then I can just give 0, which is for false. So now we have given our VLOOKUP, but that shows not applicable because we have not given any employee name. So we can key in the value here, which says Fred Stone. And now if we are basically giving the value, so Fred Stone, now we will have to search if there is any job title which is Fred Stone. So here is the value, so that should be showing up. Let's check what has gone wrong. So we are giving our range, we are interested in finding out the value, but what the mistake what we did here was that when we want to search for a value, say for example, let's take this VLOOKUP and let's replace this value of H12 with the value here, so Fred Stone, and then basically we will give our range. We will say which is the column we are interested in, and then give true or false. So we can also basically take care of this error message. So for example, let's take this complete formula from here and just copy this formula, and now we can put in here the formula. But then this is where we were searching for H6, which was employee ID. Now that's not what we are interested in. We are interested in finding out the value. So let's take this one and replace this with the value given here. And then I give my range. I say which is the column I'm interested in. So I'm interested in looking for job title, and then let's search. So it basically tells me not found. So let's check this. Now the error which we were facing was because when we talk about your VLOOKUP, let's look at the formula again. And here, say for example, I go for function and then I select VLOOKUP, and say for example I say okay. Now just look at the description here. Looks for a value in the leftmost column of a table. Now earlier the range which we had selected had the leftmost column as employee ID, and that's why it was giving an error. So how do we fix that? So for example, let's basically remove this function from here. Now what we want to do is we would want to search for the stockbroker. Now if you see here, I have given a range which is B1 to D21. So we would want the value for what we would want to search, say employee name, that should be the leftmost column. So that's how we have our function. So let's do that. So say for example the name is given here, so we want a range. So either we can create a range like earlier by selecting, say for example, this data. Now am I interested in salary? No, I'm interested in job title, right? So I can basically just select these three columns, and then I can define a name. So I can say our search to, and let's give a named range, and that's only because we would want to easily reference or use that named search or named range. Now here we would want to use VLOOKUP, but we would also do an if error. Now within that we can say VLOOKUP, and then you need to select what is the value what your function takes. So basically this is my function. We will say if the value is not found, then we will give this. So you can create an external structure, and then within your VLOOKUP we will say the leftmost column which we are interested in. So that's your employee name. So in employee name, we have the value. So either I can directly select the value here in the column B, or I will give the value whichever is fed in here, the employee name. Then I need to give a range. So let's select our range. So that's your our search to. And then you need to select the column number. So we are interested in finding out the job title. So that's the third column. So let's say 3, and then just give a 0, and then hit on enter. So it says not found because you have not given any employee name. Now let's try to find the job title of Fred Stone. So I can just select, or I can say equal, and then I can just give in a value, and that basically shows me the job title. So this is how you use VLOOKUP. We have also used if error, which basically takes care of error message if the value is not found. So for example, we can test this. Here we have Fred Stone. So for example, if I just empty this and I point it to something which does not exist, so that shows me not found. Or if you just select this and then key in a value, it shows you this. Might be we can just type in. So if I say Fred, then basically it says not found because we are looking for exact match. Now, if we had changed this to the closest match, something like this, then it would have tried to find something, but then we don't have anything which is just with this. So there are different ways of doing it. So what we can do is we can always go for the exact match, and that's basically the value. And here we can basically key in any value. For example, I would be interested in finding out this one, and let's give this, so you can search in this way. So you can also have statements which can be searching one related to other. Now here the question was to find the job title of Fred Stone, so let's type in Fred Stone, and that basically shows me the job title which we are interested in. So let's search for job title, let's go for exact match and then search. So it is stockbroker. So
if getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simply Learn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
now that we have looked at VLOOKUP, it would be interesting to see how horizontal lookup or H lookup works. It basically works on the same lines, but here instead of vertically searching through the columns, the range is more of horizontally defined. So we search in rows rather than in columns. So for example, this is the data which has been given to you, and you have various columns. So you have employee ID, you have your employee name, you have employee email address, you basically have the job title of different employees, and then basically you have the salary. So this is the data which has been given to you, and you are asked to search, or you're interested in finding out, say, the salary based on employee name or job title based on employee ID. So what we need to do is we need to define the range here. Now, range can depend on what you are searching for. So for example, when I'm searching employee name and salary, so I am interested in these 4 rows. When I'm saying employee ID and job title, then might be this is the range and I don't need salary. So I can create a named range if we are interested in, so that we can easily search for it, or we can straight away give the first cell value, which is basically A1 here, and then the last value here, which is G, and then you can give 5. So you can do that, or you can create a named range, whichever way you would want to do it. So for example, we would want to create a named range for our first question, which is find the salary of Eden Connell using H lookup. So we are interested in this. So let's select these 4 rows all the way for your columns. Now, like we did earlier, we can just define a name. Might be we can call it our search 3, and we can just give OK. So that's the named range which we have created. Now what we would want is we want to search for the salary based on employee name. So here we can insert our function. So let's look up and let's search for look and just click on go. So here you have H lookup, and basically that's the function I'm interested in. Say okay. So this says what is the lookup value which you are interested in. So we are interested in finding out the value based on the employee name. So for example, let's select this cell. That gives us more dynamism, and you can add in any name and you can search for the salary. Or you can basically give the employee name exactly from the employee name value here, which is D2. So we can give Eden Connell from here. So let's select this. Now table array, so we need to give our range. So let's say our search 3. Then you need to give the row index number. Now this is different than VLOOKUP. In VLOOKUP you have column index number, and here you have row index number. So what are you interested in searching for? So we are interested in searching for salary. Now in our range, that is basically the 4th row. Remember, we created a range from employee name to salary. So let's give the row index number, which is 4, and the range lookup will say 0, which is basically exact match, and that completes our formula. So click on OK, and that basically gives me the salary for Eden Connell. Now that's basically because we have fed in the value here, and that is basically giving me this. So I can again do if error if I would be interested in, to basically take care of error message if the value is not found. For that, you can look into the previous example, which is VLOOKUP. Now similarly, we are interested in finding out the job title for employee ID 105. How do we do that? So we need to use HLOOKUP. Well, we could have done with VLOOKUP, but here the data is more arranged in the form of rows. So how do we do that? So we can again use HLOOKUP, and we can give a range or named range, or let's for this time, let's basically key in our range manually. So we can do that. So let's go for HLOOKUP. Now what do we want to search for? So we will say this is the value. Then we need to give a range. Now, as I said, if you would want to give a range manually, so for example, I'll say A, and then I'll say A1 colon, and then I'm interested in G, and then the row will be 4. So salary row is not what we are not interested in. So let's say G, and then we can give 4. So that basically gives me the range, right? Instead of having a named range. So we can do that. And then we need to give the row index number. So we are interested in finding out the job title, which is basically in our range, the 4th row, and then give 0 for true or false. So if you see here, it tells if it is 1, it is an approximate match. False is an exact match, and we can close this bracket. That completes our formula. It takes the value which is given in employee ID, and then it will try to search for the job title. So that basically shows wherever the employee ID is 105, the job title is fabricator. Again, you can use if error, wherein your if error can then be working on HLOOKUP and can take care of error, so that if an employee ID is keyed in for which there is no matching value, then it will not show you a not applicable error. Instead of that, it will replace with the word whatever you have specified. So in this way, you can easily use HLOOKUP to search from the range of data which is horizontally arranged. And in the previous example, we were seeing how you use VLOOKUP when the data is arranged vertically. So we have looked at VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP, and what we have seen is VLOOKUP has a limitation in one way, that we need to basically give a range where the leftmost column is the one which is used. Now, instead of that, we might be interested in searching in specific columns and not all the columns. Well, that can also affect the time taken to search for the data, wherein we can select particular columns or particular ranges rather than selecting all the data which has to be searched for. So for example, we have this question: find the salary of Hank Saunders. Now that's the employee name which we have here, and we would want to find out the salary. So what are the columns we are interested in? So one is your employee name and one is your salary, and these are the only two columns which we are interested in. So instead of using VLOOKUP, now, like I've shown earlier, you can create a named range for these two columns and you can use that, or we can manually give the range here. So let's go for lookup function here, and lookup function will basically help us in searching what we are interested in. So we are interested in finding out the employee name, and we are interested in finding out the salary based on the employee name. So how do we do that? So here in lookup, I can first give the value which is here, employee name. Now whatever employee name is keyed in here, we will be searching for salary of that employee. Now lookup function needs a lookup value, so we are searching based on employee name. Then it says lookup vector. So we will basically then say what is going to be our lookup vector. So here we need to give a range. So what are we interested in? We are interested in finding out the salary based on employee name. So first goes our range based on which we need to search. So that's your employee name. So let's, for example, select this one. So that's our range, B1 to B21. So that will basically have the employee name in which we will be searching for. And then we are interested in searching out the result vector, that is basically the column from which we want the value. That's our salary column. So let's select this, and that completes our lookup function. So now if you hit on enter, it shows that for this employee where the name is Hank Saunders, the salary is 5,400. Now you can test it by basically giving some other name. So for example, if I replace this with, say, Fred Stone, and that basically shows me the value for Fred Stone, we can replace it to the question which we have, that is Hank Saunders, and that shows me the salary. So that's a simple example of lookup which allows you to search by selecting a range of columns rather than having the leftmost column which has to be referenced. Similarly, we have one more question: find the employee ID of this particular email ID. So we need to again use our lookup function. So we'll say lookup. Now what are we interested in? We will search based on this email address. So I will select this. Then I need to give that based on email address, we are searching the employee ID. So email address is in this column. So let's select this range. And then we are interested in employee ID. So then goes our result vector. So select this column, and that basically completes your formula. So close this bracket and hit on enter. So that basically shows me the employee ID for an employee with this email address. So this is how you use lookup. Now, as I've explained earlier, you can be using the if error, and you can basically see how your index match can be used. Now here is an example of if error. So basically this shows how if error helps. So say for example, as I showed in your sheet 1, so check for employee James Bond. If the value is not present, display not found. And what are we doing? We are basically nesting our VLOOKUP inside if error with a not found option, which basically says if the value given in this cell H is not found, then basically it will display not found. So here you also notice that the range which has been given has been selected, that is B1 to C21. Now we could have used a named range which basically helps us in searching for multiple functions. We are searching for 2, that is the column number 2 here, that is employee name. So check for employee James Bond if the value is not present or no. So we are basically just searching for employee name here, and then give your 0 or 1. So that's basically usage of your if error, which I've shown earlier, and the same thing can be applied for your edge lookup also. Now, suppose you have been given some additional questions. For example, instead of using your VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP or lookup examples, what we have seen, say, for example, you are asked to find the salary of Peter Daniels. Now, we already know how to find that using VLOOKUP, right? So for example, we want to find out the salary for this employee name, which is Peter Daniels. I can use a VLOOKUP. However, sometimes we may also want to use an index match. An index match is also one useful function to do that. So we can basically search based on that. So we have to define the range of data. We have to then say what do we want to match. So that's basically an employee name. And then we are interested in finding out, say for example, based on the range of employees, you would want to find out the value of salary. So we are then giving a range and doing it. How do we do that? So for example, here I can use a function which is called index. And if you see here, it says returns a value or reference of the cell at the intersection of a particular row and column in a given range. So this is where index function can be useful. Now we can start with this function. It says it needs an array, that's nothing but a range. So we can basically select all our data. So I can say A1 all the way to E21. So that basically is my range. Now I would want to find the salary of this employee name, which is Peter Daniels. So I can use internally here, basically you need to give a row number. So what we can do is we can do a match. So we can use an internal function match. Now we need to basically give it correctly. So we need to say match. Now, how does this match function work? So we need to basically match for a value. So for example, we'll select whatever employee name is given here. So that's Peter Daniels. Now that's basically what we would want to match. Now, where do we want to match this? So we want to match in the column B, which has employee names. So we can give a range which is B1 to B21. So that's basically within the employee names, we are looking for a match, which is given here. That's in H6. And we want to do a match. So we want to do a exact match. So let's do a comma 0. And then we are interested in finding out the salary based on this match, and salary is in our fifth column. So let's basically give the column number here and then just close this bracket. So that basically completes your function, and just hit on enter. So that shows me the salary of Peter Daniels, right? So this is an easy way wherein you can use the index function. Remember, first you give the range, and then you need to give your matching condition. So when you say match, I would take the value whatever is given in this cell. I will search in the range of values, which is employee names. I will find an exact match, and what I'm interested in is finding the salary for Peter Daniels. Now similarly, say for example you have been given a question, find the employee ID with salary 10,000. So you want to find out the employee ID wherever the salary is 10,000. So we are obviously looking for an exact match. Now how do we do that? So we can start with our index function, and within index function we need to give a range. So for example, I'm interested in finding out, say for example, our range which is A1 to E21. So that's what I'm interested in. Or you are actually interested in searching based on, say, your salary. So you are interested in searching the employee ID. So might be if I just do a A21, let's see what happens here. Now then I can just do a match. So match will be now done based on the value which is here, H13. So I will do a match for this one. Now I need to give a range. So let's basically give a range which will be, we are interested in searching employee ID based on the salary column. So that's your E column. So I will say E1 to E21. That's what I'm interested in searching. Finding a match for this salary. We want an exact match. So first let's close this one. Now that's fine. I mean, we are interested in finding out the employee ID based on the match which is within this range. And then what we would want to do is we would want to basically find the employee ID. Employee ID is in my column A. So what I can do is I can additionally give a match here, and then I can say I'm interested in the finding out the value for employee ID, and that basically needs a range. So the range here will be just the column headings. So we will give A1 all the way to E1. So that's the range in which we would want to search. and we would want to find a match for employee ID. We want an exact match, so let's close this one, and that basically closes my match, and we need to close our index function. So now that shows me employee ID where the salary is 10,000. So this is how you can do your index matches, where you can give a range, then you can say what you need to match within which particular column, whether it is an exact match or approximate match, and then the column from where you are interested in finding out the value. So same thing we did here. We basically gave a complete range, and if you closely see, we were only interested in finding out the employee ID. So here I gave a range A1 to A21, which is basically this particular column. So that's where we are interested in finding out. Match basically will give your lookup value, so that's H13. Then we gave a range, which is salary. That's what we are interested in. And then we said when we are doing a match, we are only interested in finding out the employee ID, which is in a range of column names, and then doing an exact match. So this is how you can use index match instead of lookup, which can also give you some exceptions in searching for specific columns or specific rows. Now, if error, we have already discussed, where you nest your VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP inside it. So this is how you can use your lookup functions, HLOOKUP, VLOOKUP, lookup, or index match to search for data. Some function like this, which shows up xln.xlookup, and then you're trying to search for something. So don't be surprised with that. So xln is basically a prefix added to functions that don't exist in the version of Excel you are using. You have Excel 2013, and say your friend has a newer version of Excel, say Office 365 or Excel 2016, and basically he uses a new cool function and sends the file to you. So that's where you will have this xln prefix as I'm showing up here. So for example, what is the job title of Xavier Power is what you would want to search, and here the function which shows up xln xlookup, and then you're searching. So this is basically something which is the function. Now if I just select what it has selected here, and if I hit on enter, it shows that this does not work in my Excel here, and that's because of the version. But what I can do is I can fix this by removing this details here, and that basically shows lookup. We are searching for job title based on employee name, which is in this field H6, and then we need to give a range. So we need to give a range of names, employee name, and then basically the job title range, which is basically the job title. So now if I just hit on enter, it gives me the value. So it's as simple as that. Similarly here, what is the employee ID of the person with this email? We have already looked at the lookup function. So if it shows your xln xlookup, all you need to do is remove this and then keep the lookup function searching for the value based on the range of values, and then searching for a value within a range of values. So just hit on enter, and that gives you the value. And same thing goes for this job title. So what is the job title and salary of employee name? So we have this function. Now what I can do is here I'm interested in finding out the value for this particular function. How do I fix this? I can basically select this and then just do a lookup based on the values, and it basically says you can't change part of an array. So we can fix this. Now what we need to do is we need to basically search based on this particular value. So we will basically say I want to do a lookup. Now lookup should be based on employee name, whatever name is given here. Then you need to find the job title and salary. So for job title, I want to find based on employee name. So I will give a range, and then basically I will say I'm interested in finding out the job title. So I will give a different range, and then basically close this. So that basically shows, now this is basically because of the function which we have here. So basically, to fix this, what we will have to do is we will have to delete all the columns here which were selected, such as employee name, job title, and salary, because that was giving you an error. You cannot delete a part of an array. Now what we want to do is we want to find the job title and salary based on the employee name. So we can do that using lookup, as we have done earlier. So we will use a lookup function. Now what we are interested in finding out is the job title based on employee name. So we can select this cell which does not have any value. Then we need to basically say from which range or based on what you want to search. So we want to search based on employee name, and we want to find out the job title. So we can basically give a range of values, and then we will be interested in finding out the job title. So let's select the job title range, and that basically completes our lookup. So let's close this and hit on enter. Now it says obviously error because this does not have any value. We will fix that by giving in a value here. Same thing we can do for salary. So for example, I can just drag and drop it here, and in this one, instead of basically having a range which is we will be interested in finding out the salary. So let's see what is the range we give. So the range should be employee name. So we will basically select employee name as the range. And then we are interested in finding out the salary. So we will select this particular range. And what we are interested in finding out is basically employee name, or we are interested in finding out based on employee name. So let's select this particular column and then hit on enter. So both of these are NA values. Now just feed in an employee name. So we will say, for example, Eduardo, and that basically gives me the job title and salary. So that's how you can fix your Excel FN error. So same thing goes here. So it shows you XLN is what you would want to search. Might be if you don't find something, you would want to push in name not found. So first is we will have to fix this part. So we will have to remove this because that's not supported in my Excel. And then I have lookup. I'm searching based on H24, which is basically employee ID. You're giving a range which is A2 to A21 because we would want to find name not found for a particular employee ID. So I'm giving a range which is A2 to A21. I'm trying to search for the name which is from B2 to B21, and then I'm giving name not found. So say for example, we can do this lookup, but then with lookup you don't have this direct option. What we can do is we can use if error, and then basically try to search. So that gives your lookup value, and then you will have to close this one. And then again, if it gives you some error like this, we can obviously go for VLOOKUP and fix this. So here we are searching for a particular range, and then let's search for this value. And basically to fix this, what I did was I just use a VLOOKUP. So we know that employee ID 121 does not exist. So I'm just using if error. I'm doing a VLOOKUP where I'm searching for the value given in H19. And then I'm saying that I would want to search from a range which is basically B1 to C21, that is in employee name and say email address, for example. And we would want to basically search for name not found. So we can, instead of giving B21 or B1 to C21, we can restrict it to just B1 to B21. We are searching in column 2, we are searching for exact value, and if it does not find, then it says name not found, and that's how we do it. So we can always replace and fix this Excel FN errors. If you are using some spreadsheet which was, or an Excel which was sent by someone else who is using a different version. So in this way, we can use your different lookup functions, take care of your errors, use an index match. Welcome to this tutorial on Microsoft Excel. Let's quickly see some more examples of doing data analysis using Excel. And for that, we can use some inbuilt add-ins which can be added to our Excel sheet. So for example, if you would want to do a descriptive analytics or descriptive analysis on your data, say for example getting your descriptive statistics such as your mean, median, mode, and so on. So we can do that, and we can use Excel for it. So for example, you can, if you are given some data, say I have temperature, price of ice cream, units sold, and I would want to have descriptive statistics on this, what I can do is I can click on File, and here in File you can click on Options, and within Options click on Add-ins. Now within Add-ins you have Excel add-ins which is selected here. So click on say Go for example, and that shows what add-ins are available, and you can choose which ones are you interested in. So for example, I have chosen Analysis Tool Pack and Solver add-in, and click on OK. Now that basically should add more options to your Excel. So if you click on data, so here you see data analysis and solver, and this is what we would want to use to get our descriptive statistics for these three columns. So for example, let's say temperature, or you can even give the names later once you get your descriptive statistics. So for example, let's go for data analysis, and here it says what are you interested in. There is a two-factor with replication, you have correlation, covariance, descriptive statistics, you have histogram. So let's click on descriptive statistics, click on OK. Now this one basically asks your input range. So while your cursor is blinking here, also it is said grouped by. So let's give it a range. So for example, I will say temperature. Now if I do this and I have selected the heading, just look at that, and now you need an output range. So let's just select this, and then you can have your cursor blinking in here. Let's select say fields here, and this is where I would want the output. Now it also said what options do you want. So it has output range. We can then select summary statistics, confidence level. So I will say summary statistics is what I'm interested in, say OK. And this says input range contains non-numeric data. Now why is that? Because we chose temperature, the heading also. So click on OK, and here we will alter the range. So this one is our range should be only the values, numeric values on which we would want the descriptive statistics. We have output range already selected, we have summary statistics, and now you can click on OK, and that basically gives your descriptive statistics for temperature. So here I could basically given a value for this, so I can say temperature, and that's my descriptive statistics for temperature. Might be I can just do some formatting, and that's it. So that gives me descriptive statistics for the values here. Now similarly, we can do it for price of ice cream. So what we need is we need to basically go for data analysis, descriptive statistics, say OK. Now you need to give a range. So here I will change my range to these values. Output range is already selected. Now we are interested in summary statistics, click on OK, and this says output range will overwrite existing data. Press OK to overwrite data in range. I will say cancel. No, that's not what we want to do. We need to give a new range. So let's select our new range, which is here, and now click on OK. So now we get the values, which is for your price of ice cream. So again, we can basically select this and say price of ice cream, and we got our descriptive statistics for price of ice cream. And like we did earlier, I can select this, I can basically do a merge and center, and that gives me descriptive statistics for price of ice cream. So we could also basically change this. Now I can go into data, and I can go into data analysis, descriptive statistics. So we know that we had selected this B2 to B8, and this one, which is H6 to H19, we would want to shift it, might be 2 columns up. So might be I can just say H5, and I can manually change it to H17, and let's say OK, and we will basically get this, and I can get rid of this. So I can have it in the same range. So similarly, so this one will have to be renamed, and I can basically say price of ice cream, and that's basically my descriptive statistics for my price of ice cream. And similarly, we can do it for the third column, which is units sold. So we would want to have this. Now let's see, we can click on data, we can click on data analysis, descriptive statistics. So we need to give the range correctly. So this time our range changes to units sold. Now we can also say labels in first row, okay, if we were selecting the heading. So let's do it in this way. So in my range, let me empty this. I can basically select this, which we know has non-numeric data in the first row. Say for example, I'll say labels in first row. I'm interested in summary statistics, and this range will now have to be changed from H to basically something like J. So let's say J, and let's select these values. So that should take care of things. And now you see you have your units sold. You did not have to manually rename it, and you have basically got the descriptive statistics. So this is how you can simply perform analysis using data analysis here. You can basically get your descriptive statistics for your columns, and then you can do whatever needed formatting you need to basically make your data look in a good way. Now let's look at one more example of data analysis where we may want to look at the frequency of values, or frequency of values occurring in a range of values. So for example, if you have been given temperatures, you have been given some bins where you would want to identify how many values fall into the range of 0 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, and the easiest way to do that would be creating histogram. Now histogram is usually used for data analysis, where you would want to look at different variables or say features. For example, temperature is one such feature. There might be one more variable or feature such as sale of ice cream, and you would want to see if the increase or decrease in temperature affects the increase or decrease in sale of ice cream. Might be sale of ice cream is a response based on temperature. So it depends. So sometimes you may want to find a relationship between two variables, whether they are positively or negatively related, or you would want to do different kind of analysis. And in certain cases, we may want to first do analysis on one single variable, look at the frequency of values, might be also look at the defects, and for which we can use something like Pareto chart. So we can go for histogram, and that basically gives us the frequency of values. Now how do we do that? So we have already added the add-in, which is data analysis earlier. So we can just use the same thing again. Here we would want to create a histogram. So let's say okay. Now I have already selected input range. So if you see here, my input range is temperature, which is also with the headings, and I have bin range, which is basically the range of values. So for example, I can select this, and that's my bin range. I am selecting or the option labels because I'm using the first row which has the heading such as temperature and bins. Now we need to give an output range. So for example, let's say I would want my data here, and that becomes my output range. So you can have a sorted histogram or basically a Pareto chart. So if that's what you're interested in, looking at the frequencies for your different ranges, and here I'm also selecting chart output because I would want to have a visual histogram which gives us the frequency, and it's as simple as this. Just click on OK, and now you get your bins. So it basically tells you frequency of values, which is basically 20, but that does not mean it is only talking about the values 20. It is basically talking as a range of 0 to 20. So we have 0 to 20, that is 2. So we can basically say there is 120 here, with the 20 being the maximum value, and then there is one more 20. So that's your 0 to 20. Then you have 20 to 30, which shows 3 values. So might be in that case, I can say 26 is one thing. Then I can say 30, that's the second one. And then basically I can look at 22. So basically this one does not select 20 as the lower range, but it basically selects 30 as the higher range. So I do see 20 to 30, there are 3 entries. Similarly, we can see values for 40 and 50. And since we have selected Pareto or sorted histogram, that shows in a descending order what is the highest frequency of values within a particular range. So that shows me highest frequency is 5, and then you have 3 and 3 and then 2. So this is how we can create a histogram, and we can perform analysis on a single variable. Now, as discussed earlier, as I said, sometimes we may be interested in finding out the correlation between different variables, such as, say, here we have temperature, price of ice cream, and units sold, and we may want to find out the correlation between one variable to another variable, or we would want to find out the relationship between variables. Are they linearly related? Are they positively related, negatively related, and so on? And for that, we can use the correlation of your data analysis add-in. So for example, you want to find out correlation of temperature and units sold. And what we can do is we can find out that using a formula. So for example, if I search for something like correlation, and let's search. So there is a function called correlation which we can use, and we can use this to calculate the correlation of temperature and units sold. So for example, let's select this, and that's the function. So it says give me an first array and a second array. So we are interested in finding out correlation of temperature and units sold. So let's select the range of values for temperature, and then I'm interested in finding out the correlation of temperature and units sold. So let's select this, and that basically gives me a range of values. It gives me the correlation value, which is 0.2859. Say OK, and that's your value. So similarly, we can do it for temperature and price ice cream. So let's go for correlation. So that's the function we are interested in. You need to give a range of values. So here we are interested in temperature and price of ice cream. So let's select temperature. And then the second array or list of values is price of ice cream. Let's select that. Let's close our bracket. And here we have the correlation value of temperature and the price of ice cream. Similarly, you may be interested in finding out temperature and units sold, like what we have done earlier. So we can do the same thing based on function. So this is same as correlation of temperature in units sold. So I can get rid of this one. Now, how do I do it using the data analysis add-in? So for that, what we need is we need to go into data. We need to go click on data analysis, and here you have the option called correlation. Let's select this. Now that basically needs an input range. So we need the range. Now I might be interested in finding out the correlation between temperature and price of ice cream and units sold. So I've selected all the columns here. We will say group by columns. Obviously we need to select labels in first row, because that is basically taking care of the first row as heading. Now output range, you can just give one simple cell and that's where your data will start from, or you can give a new workbook. So click on OK, and that basically gives your correlation of your different variables and what are the values. And we can check these values based on the values what we have here. So we have basically temperature and price of ice cream, and that basically shows me 0.96149. You have temperature in units sold, so you have 0.2859. Now you can also look at units sold and say, for example, price of ice cream. You can look at these particular values. So if I would be interested in finding out what is the relationship between these variables, I can easily find using correlation. So I could be basically writing in a formula here and selecting what are the cells. So here we were selecting A2 and C. Here we were selecting A and B. Now might be I'm interested in price of ice cream and units sold, and if that's what I'm interested in, then I will give a range of B2 to B8, C2 to C8, and similarly you can get your analysis or correlation values. So it's very simple in Excel, and you can use either the data analysis tab and get your correlation, or you can use formulas and do that. Now, one more important part of data analysis is doing your sampling. Now, sampling could be periodic sampling or random sampling. So sometimes you may want to look at a variable and you may want to get some values based on periodic data. That means might be I'm interested in range of values. I'm interested in seeing a sample of values for a particular period, which could be basically a range of values, or you could just do a random sampling. So for example, if I go for periodic sampling, so out of these values which I see here, might be I want to see, say, periodic sampling, that is a frequency of 2 values, how many times we have these values occurring here. Or I would go for random sampling. So basically randomly I would want to pick up, say, 3 temperature values. Now how do I do it? So for example, here I have 7 values. Now if I go for periodic sampling, the sample or periodic sample value which I need to give has to be lesser than the total input values. So for example, we can do this. Let's go in here and let's go for data analysis. So we can go for sampling here, click on OK, and that needs a range of values. So we will select A2 to A8. Now I could have selected all the values for this one, temperature, and in that case I can give labels, which is going to take care of the first row. Now here we can go for number of samples which we are interested in, or giving a period. So let's go for period and say, for example, I have 7 values. So what if I select 5? So for example, if I say 5, that means I could just get one value. So basically when I'm saying 5 out of 7, so that's just giving me out of 5 I want one value. So I can then just give an output range. So here I can basically select this cell. I'll say OK, and now you see it just shows me one value. So out of the first range, that is, I've said 5, it has given me the 5th value. That's your periodic sampling. So for example, we want more values. So let's reduce this period to might be 2, which basically gives me every second value. So I can basically say, for example, 2 and say OK, and then say OK. So that shows me 26, then you have 35, then you have 40, and then, well, this one does not have any more values. So that's your periodic sampling. Now if you go for random sampling, that's basically randomly picking up values, and you can choose how many values you want. So go for data analysis, go for sampling. I'll go for number of samples, how many you want. So for example, out of 7 values, randomly I want 3 values, and I can just give this, say OK, and then we will do a cancel because we need to change the range. So let's select this and say OK, and that gives me random 3 values from this values of temperature. So we can use Excel to do a simple sampling, and we can choose whether we would want to go for periodic sampling or random sampling. Let's continue learning Excel and how Excel can be used for data analysis. Now we have seen sampling, histogram, correlation, descriptive stats, and now also let's look at regression. Now, what is regression? So when you talk about statistical modeling, regression analysis is used to estimate the relationship between 2 or more variables. And basically, we would want to look at 2 or more variables and basically a relationship of those variables with the response or the target, right? So for example, if we look at our data here, we have temperature, we have price of ice cream, and then we have units sold, and we can go ahead and make predictions. So for example, when you look at regression here, you see something like this, which is regression statistics. You have ANOVA, you have different plots, which we have here, which is x variable 2, and then you have normal probability plot. Now we have already seen how you can have your add-in, that is data analysis, which helps you in doing different kind of data analysis here, right? Now how do we do this? So we have our variables here, which is temperature, price of ice cream, units sold. And when we talk about regression, we need to understand which one of these are independent variables, which one of these are dependent variables, right? So when you talk about your X, that's your independent variable, or we can say predictor or explanatory. So when you talk about your independent variables, or as we say predictors or explanatory variables, these are the factors that might influence the dependent variable. And when you talk about dependent variable, that's your response or target. That's the main factor you're trying to understand or predict. So we can plot a scatter plot to see relationship between variables. If they are linearly related, are they positively related, negatively related, and so on. We can also get values such as R square, which is coefficient of determination, regression line, and then analyze the relationship between variables. So here is one of the links of one of my other videos where we are learning on machine learning and also on regression, but that's programmatically and using a processing framework such as Spark. Now here, let's see how do we do this in Excel. So basically we would want to use our variables, which is temperature, price of ice cream, units sold, and then get these plots. So what we can do is, for example, I can get rid of this, and might be I can just say no borders. And when it comes to these plots, we can have them generated again. That's not a big deal, using your data analysis add-in tool. So we have been given variables here. Now, as I said, when we talk about your regression analysis, we need to understand whether we have one variable or we have multiple variables, right? So you might have heard of univariate analysis, bivariate analysis, and so on. Well, Here we are focusing more on using Excel to do our regression analysis. So I'll not go deeper into regression topics, but certain things as basics should be known, that when we talk about regression analysis, what does it do? It helps you understand how the dependent variable changes when one or more independent variables vary. And it basically allows us to mathematically determine which of those variables really has an impact. So technically, when we talk about regression analysis model, that is based on the sum of squares, which is basically a mathematical way to find the dispersion of data points. So mainly the goal of the model is to get the smallest possible sum of squares and draw a line that comes closest to the data. So that's what we mean by our regression line, or basically looking at the points and seeing if the points fall on a regression line, if there are residuals, that is points which do not fall on the regression line. And in terms of statistics, when we talk about statistics, we differentiate between a simple and multiple linear regression. So you have something called a simple linear regression models, which basically gives you the relationship between dependent variable and one independent variable using a linear function. And if you use two or more variables, that is explanatory variables, to predict the dependent variable, we are actually dealing with multiple linear regression. So if the dependent variable is modeled as a non-linear function, because the data relationships do not follow a straight line, we have to use non-linear regression. Now, what we will do is we'll see how we can work on this. So here we have some variables, and if we look at this, might be based on temperature, price of ice cream, we would want to find out how many units were sold. Now, what we can do is we can basically start looking in by creating a simple scatter plot, which is quite easy in Excel. So if you have been given variables, what you can do is you can click on insert. You can then choose the kind of plots which you want, and here you have insert scatter plot. So we can choose this, and you can choose the first option, so that gives you a blank layout. And what you can do is now you need to select data. So for example, let's click on select data, and then you can say add. So what we would want is we can give a name. So we want X values and we want our Y values, right? So when you talk about Y, that's your dependent variable or your response or target. So that is in our case units sold, and X values are one set of features or variables or multiple variables. So here I can click on this series X values, and then I can select this. Now in Y values, what I can do is I can select these, and then I can just say OK. So that shows me that it would be giving me a regression scatter plot. Now let's say OK, and we have some points plotted here. Now if you would want to see the impact of one individual variable such as temperature or price of ice cream, you could as well do that. Now what you can also do is you can add more meaning to this by giving in a title, or you can also go into quick layout and you have various options here. So you see, it gives you what is the access title, what is the series, and I would prefer to use here something like this one. So that gives you your regression line, that also gives you your R square, and that gives you your Y and X, that is your coefficients. So let's select this one, and then we have some values which we can use to compare. This also shows me the regression line, and you can keep this for reference. If you would want, you can change the chart title to something else, say scatter plot of dependent where's independent variables, and you can give any name which has more meaning. And we can get rid of this one. So we have series, and we can say what are these points if you would want to add in legend, if you would want to do that, or I can just get rid of this and I will keep these values here, which we will see when we do a data analysis. We can always compare these values. So here I've created a simple scatter plot, and then I can look at dependent versus independent variables, or I could have selected one particular variable. So this is just for reference. Now we can add more details. We can say what is my x-axis, what is my y-axis. So basically you can here say, for example, just say y, and might be here I will say x, and we can rename that later. Now, how do we perform data analysis or get into regression? Right now, what we would want to do is we would want to do the regression analysis to demonstrate the relationship between dependent and independent variables. So normally when you talk about your linear regression equation, you might have known about it. So it is basically y. When you say y equals, you can say bx plus a plus c, and this would be normally the mathematical equation for a linear regression, where x is your independent variable, y is your dependent variable, your a is the y-intercept, which is expected mean value of y when all x variables are equal to 0. So basically on a regression graph, that's the point where line crosses the y-axis, and that's your intercept. When you talk about b, that's basically your slope of regression line, which is the rate of change for y as x changes. And then you also have your constant, right? So that's your that's basically your random error term, right? Which is basically the difference between the actual value of dependent variable and its predicted value. So your linear equation always has an error term, because in real life predictors are obviously never perfectly precise. Right now, what we can do is we can also reduce this equation to y is bx plus a, and that's the equation of a line. We can look into this, and the linear equation can be understood mathematically in this way. Now, how do we do it in Excel? So what we can simply do is here, let me, yeah. So we need to get into data, and then here we have our data analysis add-in. You can click on this one, and from these different options you can choose regression. So that's what we would want to do. Now we'll say okay. Now here you need to give your input y range. So as I said, you will have to select the dependent and independent variables, right? So we would want to do some regression analysis here, and here we have your x and y. So y being your target, that's basically your units sold, so we can select this along with the labels. When it comes to x, either you can select one variable or multiple variables. So I will select temperature, price of ice cream, and then since we have chosen the headings, we will go for labels. Right now we can always look at the confidence level. We can change that. So you can say whether you want it in a new worksheet, or you can just say output range, and I will probably just click here and select one of the cell here. Now we can also choose the other options which we would want to see as a part of this regression analysis. So basically we have selected input y range, which is your dependent variable. You have selected x range, which is your independent variable. And if we are building a multi-regression model, then we have chosen temperature and price of ice cream both. Now we can choose the labels which we have done. We can choose your output range, which is basically on this sheet, and then we can select the residuals. So that basically gives you your residuals. Now we can also get your line fit plots, which you were seeing earlier. You can also go for your normal probability plots and then basically just say okay. And let's say okay. And that basically gives you your regression analysis output. So we basically have your summary output. We also have ANOVA. We have our residual output that's from the previous one. And basically we can get rid of this. That's not required. I can get rid of this one. Yep. So now we have our regression statistics. We also have our plots. So we can basically look into these. So we have our normal. Let's get rid of these. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. And then what we can do is, since we had some existing data, it has overwritten. So let me get rid of this and I'll repeat this step again. And let's say no border. Yeah. So now what we want to do is we want to do regression analysis. So we go get into data, we get into data analysis, we choose regression. We have already chosen our Y range, which is column C. X range is multiple variables. We have gone for labels, output range, which we would want to select a particular cell. So let me select this. I'm going for residuals, line fit plots, and normal probability plots, and say OK. So now we have our plots. We can just separate them to have a better understanding. Yeah. And that basically shows you the variables. So here it shows me units sold, and then what are the predicted units sold. And here the variable is temperature. Here the variable is price of ice cream, right? So that's your one variable and second variable. And then you also have your normal probability plot. Now to interpret this or to understand what we have here, where we look at your summary output. So it is good to understand what Excel is helping us out. So basically, when we do a regression in Excel, it is performing all the calculations automatically. The interpretation is something which we need to understand. So basically, we are looking at multiple R value here, and we can, let's also fine tune this one. Yeah. We have our values here, and if you see, we have our R square. Now we can then basically look at our multiple R. So what is your multiple R? That's your correlation coefficient, which basically measures the strength of linear relationship between two variables. So this can be any value between your, when you talk about your correlation coefficient, it can be any value between -1 and 1, and its absolute value indicates the relationship strength. So the larger the absolute value, the stronger the relationship. So 1 basically means a strong positive relationship, -1 means a strong negative relationship, and 0 means no relationship at all. Now when you're looking at R square, that is the coefficient of determination, which is used as an indicator of the goodness of the fit. So it basically shows how many points fall on the regression line. So your R square value is basically calculated from the total sum of squares. When we say precisely, it is the sum of squared deviations of the original data from the mean. Now, when we talk about looking at the value of your R square, so it is basically, we can be seeing that this is 0.450788. That's the value which I'm talking about. So it basically means 45% of our values fit the regression analysis model. So in other words, 45% of dependent variables, that is your Y values, are explained by the independent variables, that is your X values. So normally if you have R squared value higher, then that is considered as a good fit. And here we have considered multiple variables. Now when you talk about your adjusted R square, It is the R square adjusted for the number of independent variables in the model. So you would want to use this value instead of R square for multiple regression analysis, such as in our case. Now you also have standard error. So that's basically goodness of fit measure that basically shows the precision of your regression analysis. So the smaller the value, the more certain you can be about your regression equation. So when we talk about your R square, that represents the percentage of dependent variables variance that is explained by the model, and standard error is basically an absolute measure that shows the average distance that the data points fall from the regression line. So you will have to look back into regression statistics terminologies to basically understand more of this. And if you're already from data science background, then you already know what I'm talking about. We are just seeing how Excel easily helps us in doing these things. Now we can also look at observations here, which is basically the number of observations in our model, which is 7. Now, when we talk about regression analysis, and if we look at analysis of variance, that is your ANOVA values here. So we basically see DF, you have SS, MS, F, and significance F. Now, to understand these, so basically what we are doing is, or what Excel is doing is, it splits the sum of squares into individual components that give information about the levels of variability within your regression model. So when you talk about your DF, that's basically the number of degrees of freedom associated with the source of variance. You have sum of squares, that is your SS. So smaller the residual SS compared with the total SS, the better your model fits the data, right? Now, when you talk about MS, that's your mean square. You have F is basically the F statistic, or you can say F test for the null hypothesis. Basically, it is used to test the overall significance of the model. And then you finally have your significance F, which is the p-value of F. So when we usually talk about simple linear regression, the ANOVA part is not really used, or it's rarely used, right? But when we look at the significance F value, that gives an idea of how reliably or statistically significant our results are. So if significance F is less than 0.05, that's 5%, our model is okay. If it is greater than 0.05, we will have to better choose another independent variables, right? Now we can also look at the output of coefficients, and that's what we would want to look at. So you basically have your intercept here. So when you talk about your intercept, temperature, price of ice cream, so we know we are looking at our variables, and then we are also looking at our intercept, which basically gives you more details on your coefficients. So the main important thing when we talk about regression analysis is basically your coefficients. It basically enables you to build a linear regression equation in the form of y equals bx plus a, which I explained earlier. And then basically we can understand our regression analysis output better. Now, when we look at the residual output, which we are seeing here, so that gives you your observations, how many observations we have. It shows what is the predicted units sold, and then it also gives you your residuals. So we can compare the estimated and actual number of sold umbrellas based on the observation. So we have 11.209 here, and if you compare, that's basically 12. The second one is 15, and here it is 13.5. You have, and similarly, you can compare all the values of actual units sold and what our regression has predicted. So basically what we can do is we can compare these, and we will see if there is any difference or no, right? So Obviously, there would be some difference because independent variables are never perfect predictors of your dependent variables. And the residuals basically help us in understanding how far the actual values are from the predicted values. So that's what we see here in the residual section. So for example, when we look at this one, which is 11.209 and the actual is 12, we see what is the residual and how far is the predicted value from the actual value. So similarly, we can also look at the percentile values. So that gives you your probability output, and this is what we have in our graphs. So we have basically our variables. We are looking at our variables and also the units sold and the relationship between them. We can basically add in more details to this particular plot, and you also have normal probability plot, which is basically getting your values from your probability output here. So this is how you can perform a simple regression analysis. And now what you can do is you can, as I said, you can basically be looking at your scatter plot. You can be looking at your y and x and your r square values, right? But remember what are the variables which you are selecting, and then you can compare these with basically the values what you see here. So remember, here I've chosen my both set of variables, and you can choose one variable and then basically see what is its impact on the response or on the target. So it's pretty simple here. You can add more details to your scatter plot or the plots what we have created, or some people prefer to do it using formulas. So basically, we have some statistical functions that can help you do linear regression analysis, such as you have linearity, you have slope, you have intercept, you have correlation, and so on. So basically, you can use these particular functions, and what you will have to do is you will have to basically go in for a function if that's what you would want to do, and then you can search for functions and say, for example, I'll just say linearity and say go, and here I have my function. So if I would want to really use this one, I can do that. What I will have to do is then select the variable. So if you just say okay, and that basically says your known y's, known x, your constants, your stats, and basically you can use the formula also, but we are not covering that here. Might be in the later videos we can do that. So just try out and perform some regression analysis and try to look at your different variables and try to interpret that. So that basically gives you an easier way of performing regression analysis using your data analysis add-in in Excel.
And that brings us to the end of this video on data analytics with Excel. I hope it was useful and informative. If you have any questions, then please feel free to put them in the comment section. Thank you for watching and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simply Learn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.